All right, good evening and welcome everyone to the regular session meeting October 20th of the Pender County Board of Commissioners. If you will rise and we'll say the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. God, we ask that you go with us in this meeting. Remind us, God, to represent you in the dignity and grace that you've given us. God, remind us it's not about us, but it's about the people. In Christ Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you're a first responder or a military veteran, please remain standing. As always, we thank you for your service. All right. As my fellow commissioners had a chance to review tonight's agenda, and with that, I'll entertain a motion to adopt such.
Motion to adopt, Mr. Chairman.
Motion's on the table to adopt tonight's agenda. Is there a second? Motion and a second. Those in favor signify by saying aye and raise your hand. Aye. All right. Item 5, public hearing. Anything for a public hearing tonight, Ms. Blue?
No.
Move on to public information. Item 6.1. Ms. Cobb, Pender County Sheriff's Charitable Foundation Vehicle Donation Program. Welcome.
Good evening. I'd like to welcome Ms. Cynthia Tart, President of the Pender Sheriff's Charitable Foundation, to talk about the CARS donation program.
Ms. Tart, welcome.
Thank you, Brandy. Hello, Chairman Burton and fellow commissioners. Thank you for the time just to stand in front of you tonight and share some information with you as a resource for our county. I'm the president of the Charitable Foundation. We work to just advance technology and equipment, raise money, and just do goodwill for things that make a difference in helping our communities to be safer. Tonight, I have with me one of our fellow board members. Her name is Dawn Martin, and she is a retired staff from the Charlotte Police Department. So she is now here in Pender County, making Pender her home, and she has joined the foundation as a board member, and she's starting her new career here and with Seacoast Advantage. Is that it? Have I got that right? Okay. And she's proud to be serving. We're proud to have her, and I'm going to turn it over to her to explain the vehicle donation program, which is a resource for our citizens. And as the beautification committee gets together and starts moving on, we'll work with them on this project also.
Ms.
Okay,
Martin,
Dawn.
welcome.
Commissioner Burton, fellow commissioners, good evening. Just a little bit about what's going on with our organization. We've partnered with a organization called CARS. It's a national vehicle donation organization, and what they do is they facilitate the process of donations. They have a long history serving here in North Carolina, and we've had some experience working with their staffs. Because of this, the donations will be made very simple. And I'm going to go over that process because I think it's important for us to understand. I did pass out some flyers, and it has information about this process on it. But I want you guys to understand that they don't just accept cars in this donation process. They accept many vehicles. And I'm going to give you examples so you can have an understanding of how broad and how good this could affect us, and how what a great program it is. So they accept cars, trucks, trailers, boats, RVs, motorcycles, campers, off-road vehicles, planes, heavy equipment, farm machinery, and most other motorized vehicles. So there are so many unlimited possibilities in this program. And an important part of this is this program, donations can be accepted across the country. So if you had family and friends that had a vehicle or something to donate, they could stipulate to donate to the Pender Sheriff's Charitable Foundation, and those proceeds would go to the foundation in support of the Sheriff's Office. Okay, so To donate a vehicle, there's a few things that has to happen. First of all, the vehicle has to be titled. They won't accept any vehicles unless there's titled. They do not have to run, so it could be running or not running, which is great because a lot of people may have a car, truck sitting out in their yard. It's been sitting there for years. They have the title, but it doesn't run. Long as it can be towed out of the yard and accessed by a tow truck, then it can be donated. The only other thing, which it can't be a parts car, meaning it's going to have an engine in it in order to be donated. Now, meanwhile, simple process, I'm going to go over it really fast. On the flyer that we handed out, there's a QR code. So an individual can go, they can scan the QR code, and it'll take them straight to the donation website. Or they can go to our website and type in pcfnc.org. And if you scroll down our main page, halfway down it says Donate a Vehicle. Once you complete that, it'll take you to a page for the donation. It has fax information on there, so if people have questions that they don't understand, they can go through the common questions that are asked and see what's available. If they feel comfortable, then they can go ahead and proceed online and fill out that form. If they're not comfortable doing an online donation or just not tech savvy, they can call the phone number that's listed on the flyer, the 855-500-7433, and talk to someone with cars. It's important, though, when they call to make sure that they're stipulating it's for our organization, for Pender Sheriff's Charitable Foundation. Beyond that, if they have questions, they can also call. And if you won't have questions, you want to talk to someone local, you can call our foundation. We'll talk to you. Once the donation's completed, they will receive in the mail a letter, a thank you on behalf of the foundation, and a tax receipt for that charitable donation. We have not yet received our first donation, so we're excited to go to that next step, and hope that someone here maybe today has a family or friend or something sit out in their yard that they can consider a donation to help and support the Sheriff's Office.
And hopefully someone at home has heard you tonight and will be giving you a call. That'd be great.
That sounds
Any questions
fantastic.
for Ms. Martin? Thank you so much, Ms. Martin. Item 6.2, proactive safety for a stronger Pender County. Chief, welcome.
Good evening, Chairman Burton, Commissioners, and county staff. I just wanted to come tonight to introduce to you, or reintroduce, Deputy Fire Marshal Townsend Link. He's just going to give you a brief overview of some of the awesome work that he's done this year, in particular this month, with it being Fire Prevention Month. So without any further, Townsend Link.
Deputy Link, welcome.
Good afternoon. Chairman, Commissioners, Madam Manager, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you tonight about something that I am incredibly passionate about, and that is the fire prevention and the community risk reduction program updates that we do through the Pender County Fire Marshal's Office. As we go through this presentation tonight, you'll see photos on this presentation, and one thing I want to note is that these are not stock photos. These are photos of our programs in action, and these are photos of our program out in the communities. You see, the Pender County Fire Marshal's patch has 4 pillars that we base our career on. That is investigation, prevention, inspection, and education. And my role within our team is to head up the education side of that patch. When we think about the fire service, our minds often go to those firefighters fighting the blazes because, after all, in the fire industry, that is our core mission, emergency response. However, true public safety leadership requires us to look beyond the emergency call. For many years, the fire service has been a reactive industry, and this is something we are working to change into more of a proactive industry. And the most effective way to protect our community is to prevent the fires and other emergencies from happening in the first place. That is the mission of our community risk reduction and our fire prevention programs. This program is not about reacting to tragedy. It's about anticipating and mitigating risk before lives are lost and property is destroyed. It's a strategic, data-driven approach that ultimately makes our entire community safer and more resilient. In essence, we want to save lives before they need saving. Pender County is a beautiful and rapid growing community. In the last year alone, our population has grown drastically, and with that growth comes new challenges and risks. We have a diverse population, including a significant number of senior citizens who are statistically more at risk of fire-related injuries and deaths. Data from the North Carolina Office of the State Fire Marshal has shown that the deadliest fires often occur in homes without working smoke alarms. In fact, in 2024, more than 50% of all fatal fires involved homes with lacking smoke alarms. This isn't just a statewide problem, it's also a local one, and our programs are specifically designed to address this known risk along with others within Pender County. Community risk reduction is a nationally recognized 6-step process that allows us to target the most significant threats to our residents. It's an investment that pays dividends. For every dollar invested in prevention, studies show a significant return on investment in the form of avoided property loss, reduced injuries, and most importantly, saved lives. The 6 basic steps of this process are to conduct a community risk assessment, to identify and prioritize these risks, to develop strategies and tactics to mitigate these risks, to prepare a community risk reduction plan, to implement that plan, and finally to monitor, evaluate, and modify that plan as needed. A full community risk assessment has been identified to be completed in our most recent county strategic plan. And it's not just about fire. It's about a holistic approach to public safety, addressing risk like falls in the home for our aging population, school safety for our students and our educators, bicycle and pedestrian safety for our children, and more. It helps our residents become active partners in their own safety. So, how are we putting this philosophy into practice? We've developed a suite of targeted programs to meet the diverse needs of our community. With smoke alarm canvassing, we go door to door with canvas events, and we allow citizens to sign up at public education events. We install and we test smoke alarms in homes with a focus on high-risk areas identified through our data. Our largest public outreach effort is this month, October, which is Fire Prevention Month and Fire Prevention Week. We teach children and adults about escape planning and stop, drop, and roll, and the importance of working smoke alarms and other safety topics. This year's theme is Charge into Fire Safety and focuses on the risk involved with lithium-ion batteries. This year, we partnered with State Farm insurance agencies to obtain Fire Prevention Week's materials, and they were able to donate roughly $1,100 worth of materials to us that provided educational materials to about 500 children. While this helps, it does not cover all of our reach. We are constantly working to partner with other agencies to provide the highest quality opportunities. This year, we have been blessed to be able to have incredible working relationships with Pender EMS and Fire, Pender Lee Fire Department, Atkinson Volunteer Fire Department, Burgall Fire Department, and also Pender County Parks and Recreation thus far, with more events coming. With slip, trip, and fall prevention, falls are a leading cause of injury for older adults. This program, often in partnership with other agencies, helps seniors identify and remove these hazards from their homes. Our newest program, which is Fire Safety for the Educator, we train teachers and school staff to be our partners in safety with fire extinguisher training, fire drill training, and fire safety inside the classroom. They become better assets within the schools for safety. We also cover the North Carolina Fire Code within the school to help with more positive school inspections. Now, with this being the first year of that, we have launched a pilot program with that in the smaller private schools in the county, with hopes of next year for the convocation for the Pender County Public Schools to be able to present it on a much larger scale. With more walking and biking paths in the county, bike and pedestrian safety is key here. Expansion of the Kiwanis Park, Abbey Nature Preserve, Burgall's multi-purpose path, Pender County's Green Space Initiative. We're addressing a growing risk by teaching children and adults how to safely navigate roads and crosswalks. We are active participants in International Bike and Walk to School Day in May. Another we have is Fire Safety in the Home for Senior Citizens, and this is a tailored program that addresses unique risk for our elderly populations, from cooking safety to home oxygen use. Safe Kids and the Fire Prevention House are two that I want to address a little more in detail in the next couple of slides. Safe Kids North Carolina is led by the North Carolina Department of Insurance and the Office of the State Fire Marshal, which provides staff, operations support, and other resources to assist in achieving our common goal to keep kids safe. Based on the needs of the community, this coalition implements evidence-based programs such as car seat checkups, safety workshops, and clinics that help parents and caregivers prevent childhood injuries. Safe Kids Pender County was created this year, is an extension of Safe Kids North Carolina, and is the charter chapter for Pender County. I'm lucky enough to serve as chair for Safe Kids Pender County, and I'm proud to say that we currently have 15 local organizations that participate in our mission. We're always looking to grow, and I welcome any organization that would like to join us to reach out to me for more information. We have received 2 hot car displays from the state on a grant to support our initiative of keeping children safe and free from the danger of being left in a car unattended in the heat. We also offer car seat checks by certified child passenger safety technicians at 4 permanent checking stations throughout the county: Pender County Fire Marshal's Office, Burgall Fire Department, Smart Start in Pender County, and Surf City Fire Department. This year alone, we've received 66 car seats through the state on a grant at no charge to us, and have installed 16 of those in cars that did not have adequate protection for the children in them. In addition to that, we have checked over 50 seats alone this year already. Our fire prevention house is one of our latest additions. It is a 30 by 15 foot inflatable house with a kitchen, a living room, and a bedroom, and it's deployable that allows us to bring prevention to all corners of the county. It allows people of all ages to walk through, whether self-guided or guided by our staff, and we can discuss fire prevention measures such as smoke alarms, fire extinguishers, kitchen safety, carbon monoxide, fireplaces, candles, and escape drills in the home. Now, as far as the stats go, as I said, October is Fire Prevention Month, and it is our busiest month of the year. So with that being said, these numbers have changed since I've submitted this for this presentation. As of this morning, our organic face-to-face contact with citizens of Pender County has risen to 1,838 people with our office. Our social media and online impressions has risen to 455,728 people. This does not include the number of people our Safe Kids chapter has reached through other events. These numbers represent citizens and visitors who have gained life-saving and money-saving education through prevention. In addition to individual results, public safety education through the Fire Marshal's Office counts towards ISO points for our fire department's ISO inspections, contributing to lower homeowners insurance in the district. Which brings me to the next component, which is the return on investment of our programs. These numbers are more than just a tally of our activities. They represent tangible results and a significant return on your investment in public safety. Every fire we prevent saves a tremendous amount of taxpayer money. This includes the cost of emergency response, property damage, and the significant health care cost associated with fire-related injuries. By installing smoke alarms, we are reducing the risk of fire and potential catastrophic loss. By teaching seniors how to prevent falls, we are reducing the strain on our EMS systems and our hospitals. This is a sound financial strategy that protects our residents and safeguards our community's financial resources. So looking ahead, our programs are working, but the need for public safety education is ongoing, and as Pender continues to grow and evolve, so will our risk. Our vision is to expand our reach to every corner of the county and develop new programs and address emerging threats. This requires sustained support and an ongoing commitment to prevention. On behalf of the Pender County Fire Marshal's Office and our dedicated team, I want to thank you for your past support. We are confident that by investing again in these proactive prevention efforts, we can build a safer, stronger, and more resilient Pender County for generations to come. As Fire Marshal Burton said, I am Townsend Link, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have about our prevention programs.
Any questions for Deputy Link? I don't have a question, Deputy Link, but I just want to make a comment. I want to thank you for your office and the Fire Marshal's Office and for Fire and EMS's dedication to community risk reduction. I'm no stranger to that. Your partnership with the community saves lives. You spend very little time fighting fire. but a lot of time proactively trying to get ahead of falls and trips, and hazards, things like that. One thing I didn't see that I'm sure you're doing is as you're out pre-planning with your businesses, engage with those stakeholders. Businesses, once you engage with them and you let them know what we're about doing that with CRR, they'll give you some incentives and a lot of times donate a lot of things to help the folks in the community by partnering with you. But thank you for all you're doing, and thank EMS and Fire for partnering with you to do it. You couldn't do it by yourself without those engine companies and medics out there doing it with you.
Amen. Thank you.
Item 6.3, Ms. Tammy Proctor. Topsail Area Chamber of Commerce. Welcome.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for the invitation to come and talk about the Chamber. Let me get started here. Okay. Whoops. Joseph, bail me out here. Oh, got it. It's good to see some of the staff that I've worked with in the past and the commissioners. It's great to be back. I am the director of the Greater Topsail Area Chamber of Commerce and Tourism. That's a long spiel, but what we are is a business organization. The Chamber's been around for more than 40 years. It started in the kitchen of Elizabeth Fussel's home. She's still a member. She still operates her business, and she's one of our oldest members. What's the Chamber do? I hear this all the time. What's the Chamber do? The Chamber has 3 roles: economic development, advocacy, and providing membership benefits. We're like a 3-legged stool. We have to be in balance. If you have one leg that is out of balance, you have an unstable group. So we work on all 3 of these areas. We have built a lot of membership programs. We have Coastal Connections, which is a networking group, Women Connect, which has been going strong for about 12 or 13 years now. When we started Women Connect, before I started working with the county, we started Women Connect because at that time there was nothing for women and women business owners, and that group has expanded. We have several groups meeting all over the area. We've added programs. We had a group of men come to us and said, "You got Women Connect? We want something for men." And they started the MBA, the Men's Business Alliance, and they are not sitting around a table exchanging business cards. They are men that want to strengthen their businesses and learn from one another. We are pleased to get to partner with the Burgaw Chamber of Commerce in Leadership Pender. And that is a program much like Wilmington and other chambers across the country do. So we're real excited to be able to partner with Burgaw on that. We started a foundation because chambers across the country found out that when COVID hit, they were not eligible for grants because they are 501c6s. So we formed a foundation, which is a 501c3, which allows us to apply for grants. And one of our most active groups is the Topsail Young Professionals, and they gather once a month, and they are dynamic, they're volunteers. We do not put an age restriction on because we don't want to get sued. They let me come, so it's not just young professionals. We offer member benefits like workers' compensation discounts, free educational seminars. We partner with the Small Business Center. We do their marketing, we network. We're just very busy in the community. We're advocates. That doesn't mean that we're lobbyists. but we're here to support our businesses with marketing campaigns and representation to the community, to our government. And the chamber serves from Scotts Hill to Sneads Ferry, but we have businesses that are members in Wilmington, Jacksonville, and Wallace. Economic development, this is where your investment has come in. People want to know when they open a business, how much bread and milk do I need to order for the summer? And we get that kind of data for them. And we were the first chamber to ever get a population study for a coastal community. So that helped our businesses. And we provide resources and anything that a business starting out needs, we can hook them up with the correct department. And since the county commissioners closed the tourism office, we're partnering with the Pender County TDA, and we're helping them in their marketing efforts because I know those folks, right? And we're collaborating with the Celebration of America's 250th, and that is been a lot of fun working with Morris Creek, and in February 21st, Topsail Beach is going to become Colonial Topsail, so I hope you all can be there. We raise community awareness. Our goal is to bring people to the community where they're going to spend money and stay here. We just finished a round of candidates nights that we organized because we're a chamber. We don't endorse. We're impartial, and we felt that we were the best ones to put on these forums. And we're more than ribbon cuttings, but I thought we'd end with Perry's Emporium. The fact that they came to this area shows that businesses see this is a growing area that's worthy of investment. So if you have any questions for me.
Thank you, Ms. Proctor. Has anybody got any questions for Ms. Proctor?
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Thank
Very
you.
exciting.
I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Item 6.4, Mr. Walker, the 2026 Pender County reappraisal presentation. We look forward to this.
Good evening. My name is Mark Walker. I'm the tax administrator for Pender County. I'm going to give a brief introduction as to what we got to represent and what our presentation consists of. And throughout this revaluation, we have used a company called Vinson Valuations to carry out the task in performing this reevaluation. The purpose of this presentation is to give insight and educate the taxpayers of Pender County on the process of the reevaluation, how the data is collected for the reevaluation, and how past and current sales are collected and how those sales will affect the future value of Pender County taxpayers. The presentation will also show examples of sales and where the market trends are heading and how those market trends may or may not affect communities of Pender County. With that short briefing, I will now turn over the presentation to Mr. Joshua King. He is the revaluation project manager for Vinson Valuations.
Welcome, Mr. King.
Hello. I'm here to talk about the Pender County reappraisal. So what is reappraisal? Reappraisal is the process in which all real property in the county is appraised as its current market value as of a particular date. Real property includes both land and the improvements on it, whether residential, commercial, agricultural, or industrial in nature. The reason we have to reappraise property, state law requires us to all counties to conduct a reappraisal at least once every 8 years. Reappraisal distributes the overall property tax burden equitably across the county based on current market values. Market value is the most probable price a property would bring in an open and competitive market. Over time, most properties change in value, but often at different rates depending on their location. The tax department does not create market value. Rather, we analyze market sales to determine market patterns and trends in different locations. Market value is set by the choices of buyers and sellers in the marketplace. When will the reappraisal take place? The reappraisal takes effect on January 1st, 2026. We began data collection back in 2024. The schedule of values will be presented later on this year. October 26 reappraisal notices will be mailed to all Pender County property owners in March 26, and new market values will be used to calculate tax bills from summer 2026 until the next reappraisal. What we're presenting tonight is per NCGOS 105-317C. We're here to submit the proposed schedule of values for market value and for present use value to the Board of Commissioners for consideration and to make them available for public inspection. The schedule of values documents the guidelines, methods, and procedures used by the assessor to value real property at market value or at present use value as appropriate. The schedule of values will become effective January 1st, 2026 and will remain in effect until the county's next reappraisal. We are requesting that the Board of Commissioners schedule a public hearing on the schedule of values for November 17th, 2025. We have 4 basic steps to a reappraisal. The first step is data collection. This is when you may see somebody come out to the property and physically confirm the characteristics of the property. From there, we move into our sales analysis and modeling. After that, we develop our schedule of values, and then once we send out new value notices to the taxpayers, they have the right to appeal their property if they feel we got that value incorrect. Properties and sales are analyzed to determine current property conditions, market areas, and typical sale prices for areas. Some variations cannot be determined from the property's exterior. For example, if a bonus room or basement is unfinished or finished, cathedral ceilings or other floor plan variations affecting the size of a second floor, an unusual floor plan or other interior feature that is not typical for the market. The challenge then is to develop tables that correlate the physical property data we have on file with the sales data to help predict value for all properties, including those that did not sell. The reason we do it this way is because we're responsible for appraising about 55,000 plus individual properties all at one time. This is referred to as mass appraisal. Most major taxing jurisdictions across the country have the same sort of challenge. There is no practical way to appraise a large number of properties using the same methods used by single property appraisers. Industry standard methods have been developed for mass appraisal to produce property values that are reasonable and reliable. Unlike single property appraisals, mass appraisal includes an appeals process to help address valuation issues that can result from limited information, inaccuracy, or even a difference of opinion. The way that we know it's right, mass appraisal techniques include statistical tools used to help measure the accuracy of an appraisal. We use a sales ratio as a common measure of how closely assessed values match up with current sale prices. The formula is the assessed value divided by the sale price of the property. A meaningful sales ratio requires considering multiple sales at typical market values, sales of single properties or sales under non-typical conditions, foreclosures, auctions, short sales, etc., often produce misleading results. In broad terms, we've seen evidence that market values around the county have changed in different ways since 2019. Some areas have changed a lot and others much less, and some areas are about the same. We have some key reappraisal dates and our next steps. So today, here to present the schedule of values. November 17th, to hold a public hearing for the schedule of values. December 1st, to possibly vote to adopt the schedule of values. Between December and February, we'll conduct public reappraisal presentations to help better educate the public on what reappraisal is. January 1st, 26 will be the effective date of the reappraisal, and March 26 we will mail all notices. Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Right. That brings us to public comment. Mr. Attorney, how many we have signed up?
We have 23 sign-ups, Mr. Chairman.
All right. 23. What are the wishes of the board on the 3-minute rule? I'm fine with it. Okay. All right, call you first one. And when he calls the first one coming up, I just want to give a little disclaimer here. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to speak. And please address the board directly. You'll be asked to be respectful and refrain from any personal attacks or anything that could be considered personnel protected by law. Thank you.
Diane Venizelli.
Ms. Venizelli, welcome. And if you would please, each speaker state your name and physical address before you talk.
Hello, my name is Diane Venzial. I live at 125 Middle Point Road in Hampstead, North Carolina. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm a resident of Hampstead and a mother of 4 children, all under the age of 6 years old. My family is very active in our local sports community, and we spend a lot of time at the Hampstead Kiwanis Park Playground, located at Sloop Point Loop Road and Country Club Road, often several times a week. I'm here tonight because what should be a safe and joyous place for our children has unfortunately become a serious concern. Children are getting injured on the playground. The equipment is deteriorating from the inside out. It's rusted, corroded, and has areas of exposed metal. Several broken components have already been removed for safety reasons, leaving behind open spaces that encourage unsafe play. The reality is that this playground cannot be properly repaired. Because of its age and design, it would require a complete retrofit to meet today's safety standards. It was installed 25 years ago. And while it has served this community well, it is simply at the end of its safe lifespan. At this point, replacement is not the only safest option, it's also the most responsible and cost-effective one. Many parents don't realize the extent of the damage until they're on the equipment themselves with their children. For a community like Hampstead, which makes up nearly half of Pender County's 70,000 residents, it's unacceptable. Our children deserve a safe, clean, and welcoming place to play and grow. To support this effort, I put together a PowerPoint presentation that Zach White, Pender County Parks and Recs Director, has kindly printed for you to review. As you see in the color photos, the current condition of the playground is alarming. The presentation also proposes a replacement plan which would create a safer and more engaging play environment for our families. In addition, I have a petition with nearly 500 signatures from residents requesting the replacement of the playground equipment. And Caitlin Brown, who is here with me tonight, started a petition 6 years ago, has gathered 800 signatures to request a splash pad 6 years ago. Together,
Thank you.
Ivan H. Bloom.
Mr. Bloom, welcome.
My name is Ivan H. Bloom. I live at 164 Old Point Road. I'm here to help our county prepare for the demise headed our way if our commissioners fail to avoid it. For a long time, you've encouraged growth and development as a way to spread our tax burden and improve our infrastructure. But we are now faced with traffic mess, and you seem happy to wait 3 or 4 years for the bypass as your only solution. You remind me of the old fable about the beggar sitting on a box of gold. Our county is now in the position to set the rules for high-volume developers and require safety standards and community amenities before granting your approval. I demand you issue a moratorium to projects over 30 homes until you can learn to do it right or pass the torch to the guys that do. Thank you. I yield any remaining time to the following speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Ivan C. Bloom.
Mr. Bloom.
Hello, Commissioners. How are you? I'm Ivan C. Bloom, 267 Downey Drive, Hampstead. We're asking you to give the Piver Track project a serious second look. A limited high-density moratorium or a text amendment or rezoning if necessary. This project will build 358 homes down a single-access road. Under the North Carolina Fire Code, any development over 100 homes must have 2 access roads unless every home has a fire system in place. Or there's a true geographic impossibility. We understand that's the claim here. But geographic challenges should not be used to bypass public safety. Pender County's own ordinance, UDO section 7.1 or 7.5.2H, can legally require higher standards. That's the state's Fire Code Appendix D-107-1, and it does. Our UDO requires 2 access points after 30 homes. Those standards exist to make sure emergency vehicles can get in and families can get out, even in the worst scenarios. Tonight, we're asking you to do what the law allows, and public safety demands that you have the authority to push and demands, and you do have the authority to push back when it comes to the use of the geographic impossibility clause. You can focus on life, safety, over loopholes. Let's hold this project to higher standards. We are asking to please enforce the rules that already exist on the books. Don't let technical exceptions become public risk. We elected our commissioners to stand up for the citizens of Pender County, not the developers. Thank you for your time. Together, we can plan it right, build it right.
Thank you, sir.
Rochelle Whiteside.
Ms. Whiteside's welcome.
Rochelle Whiteside, 315 West Bridger Street, Burgall. I realize that county commissioners' meetings are not places where citizens can ask questions and expect to receive answers. But citizens thought that might happen when you commissioners scheduled 5 town hall meetings in various areas around the county, declaring that citizens could ask questions of commissioners and county staff and expect to receive answers. But all of you commissioners were present at only one of those meetings. And at the last meeting in Pender-Lee, where the largest citizen turnout was recorded, only Commissioner George reported that he would not be able to make it because of a pre-scheduled dentist appointment. But the others of you, Burton, Springer, and Groves, were no-shows, leaving Commissioner Tate to answer questions, which were mostly about the takeover of EMS and fire, which he didn't vote for in the first place. After the second town hall meeting, Commissioner Groves declared he didn't like going to those meetings, and so he didn't show up for any of the others. Then there was the Hampstead Town Hall meeting where Commissioner Springer denied he had told 3 young women from a local high school who had attended internships with local government that women had no place in government or politics, that they should stay home and take care of their families. At that time, Commissioner Burton, possibly not realizing how close he was to the microphone, leaned in to inform Springer that the question was asked to memorialize for litigation, which leads us to wonder why, if Commissioner Springer had not made that statement to those young women, why Commissioner Burton would have warned him about litigation. No, commissioners' meetings are not the place to ask questions and receive answers, but they are a place for citizens to ask questions which will encourage others to look at the facts and answer the questions for themselves, and it will help us to make up our minds how to vote in the next election.
Edward Body.
I asked you, how do I follow that name's Edward Bodie. My
3
address,
minutes worth.
Commissioners, Madam Manager, my name's Edward Bodie. Address 714 Sawgrass Road, Hampstead, North Carolina. I understand that there's an area has zoned for that the area for Privet Track has been zoned for mixed residential. As such, the development is by all means a by right project. Therefore, there isn't much we can ask of you. But I'm going to ask anyhow. First, is this development safe? I believe our UDO is set for 30 houses or more, requires 2 entrances. Raleigh wants to grant a geographic exception, overriding our local fire marshal, to that, saying it's a geographically impossible scenario. I say that the project itself presents potential for a geographic possibility for EMS to reach the new homeowners in that development, the community, and equally, especially along Country Club. Sorry about that. Can't read my own writing. And my second question is there a phased plan of construction? This is over 300 houses they're going to plan on putting into a single access road, thereby increasing traffic. Is the developer being forced to adhere to developing and building construction as the infrastructure is upgraded to meet the increased demand? Safety versus density. I imagine a lot of people in this room remember Florence. Can you imagine with this kind of traffic that this project's going to present, what'll happen if we have another Florence, where we actually had 17 became a fishery? The other part too is not just Florence, but on the day-to-day, when you have medical emergencies, fire emergencies. And I'd also ask you to consider, increasing commercial as opposed to just residential. If you want to increase our funding, let's get more businesses in that'll contribute to the welfare of the county. And more specifically, because I live here, Hampstead. I quit sick of driving into Wilmington and Porter's Neck just to hit a Walmart. Also, I'm going to ask you to move the 5 November meeting to Hampstead. You're going to be voting on this project, as I understand, and since the biggest impact is to here in Hampstead to us, I'd ask you to go ahead and move the meeting there. And one final thought: this project is health. Project has no sewer, no wastewater. We don't have a wastewater treatment plant. Who's going to service the community septic? Where are they dumping the trash? Where are they going to dump the trash? Are they going to increase the size of the transfer station road? And the roads often, it's built by the HOA. Are they going to maintain them, or is it going to be put on me as a tax owner, taxpayer in Pender County? And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dana Clark.
Welcome, Ms. Clark.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Dana Clark from 614 Ravenswood Road in Hampstead. First, I'd like to address Mr. Springer. Thank you for taking the time to respond to my email last night regarding the Piver Track building and the overdevelopment here in Hampstead. I honestly did not anticipate any response, so I appreciate that you took the time to do so. In your email, you stated, "I do not believe it is in the government's best interest to decide who can live here." While I don't disagree with that, my question to you is, what about the people who are already here? The people who elected you to represent them? How are you serving us while at the same time blindly stamping approvals on these high-density neighborhoods without ensuring the safety and wants of your existing constituents? What about what we want? How are you protecting us? So just a little snippet about me. Yeah, I'm a transplant. I've only actually been a resident for 2.5 years, but I have been coming to Hampstead and have had family here for 30 years. I knew 17 when it was a 2-lane road. I purchased a 40-year-old house in an old-growth neighborhood, something you can rarely find around here anymore. So with that, I have a few questions for you guys to ponder. With all of this overdevelopment and high-density neighborhoods, where are the deer going to go? We already experience a lot of issues with the deer. Many of our neighborhoods have fences around their gardens. I regularly see dead deer on the side of the road. At one point over on Old Point Loop, one day I saw 28 deer in one neighborhood. I'm no game warden, but that seems like a lot of animals to have in one space. I'd like you to understand, how is the traffic light at the end of Spring Garden Road going to help me to make a left from Ravenswood onto Country Club? I already can't make a left at 7:30 in the morning. A traffic light is not going to help that. Where will the kids for these high-density neighborhoods go to school? Not only on the Piver track, but I also understand that Hawksville had 1,100 houses approved recently as well. I heard an unverified statistic yesterday of classrooms with 38 children, and some of them sitting on the floor. With one child sitting on the floor, we have failed our system. My questions also to you, what about the other large planned developments along Country Club? How do those come into play when considering approving the Piver property? That traffic study showed development will add more than 100 additional cars during commute time. I'm not convinced that's an accurate calculation. And since I'm about to run out of time, I'm just going to skip ahead. The Hampstead residents, your constituents, the people who voted you into these positions, do not want this. On any given day, take a look at the Hampstead Facebook pages and you will see people complaining, even joking about the uncontrolled growth in Hampstead.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Esther Stillbauer.
Welcome, ma'am.
I know we only have 3 minutes. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, ladies. I'm just going to run down a list, and so I can beat the 3 minutes. Now, first of all, I find that there are a lot of things we're not looking over with all the building that's going on. You go up 17, and all you see are buildings, storage bins being built, and so I'm saying to myself, what about the water? What about the trees that everybody's taken down that gives us oxygen? What about the electric? What about roads? What about dumps that we might need more? What about sewers? What about hospitals? What about the nurses and the doctors that we need? And I had an incident with my husband. I won't repeat it here because I can't take up my time. Firehouses, more firemen, more police, more schools, more teachers, and teaching the right thing to the children. And what about the Kiwanis Club? I am sorry to say that I belonged to the Kiwanis Club when I was their fundraiser. And if anybody is going to talk about something, just let me say 2 words. Where are the parents when the children are running all over the place and up there destroying all the things that have been put up there? It was a lot of money, a lot of hard work. I was with them until 2 years ago. My husband, John, did the concession stands. I raised money a lot when I had the fundraisers. I don't understand what's going on here. I don't understand what's going on all over the place. But I think a lot of things you should look over and look at the stuff that I have given you. The water has to be better. Carolina Water, forget about it. I mean, I have that where I am now. I used to be on Ravenswood, but we sold the house and we're now in Belvedere. But I'm only a citizen and I pay the taxes. And every time, why are they redoing the taxes again when they just came over to reassess the values of the houses? Aren't the taxes enough that we have to pay? Senior citizens like myself and my husband. I'm 91 years old, okay? I've seen a lot. I was born in Brooklyn. I came from Brooklyn. I'm here over 20 some odd years now. So please, look at this whole thing before you just go ahead and start building more houses. That's a problem. You're going to end up one day with no water, and we're going to have nothing. So reserve what we got. That's important. And we can do a lot more if we all work together. And I thank you all. You know who I am.
Yes, ma'am.
And I have to tell you, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Albert Almeida.
Mr. Almeida? We'll see if he comes in before the end. Call you next one.
Christian Kleinfelter.
Mr. Kleinfelder, welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Christian Kleinfelter. I live at 418 Lakeview Drive. I'm the president of the Belvedere Property Owners Association, and I'm here representing them to endorse what the Old Point residents are here to say this evening about the concerns about the Pirate Tract development, and more generally to expand that concern that our residents have. They're scared. You commissioners have approved about a dozen and a half high-density developments in our area of the county, and they're going to be built over the next 10 years, and there are more requests coming all the time. We've gone from bragging about being one of the top counties in terms of schools 20, 30 years ago, to now we're bragging about being the third highest, fast-growing economy of a county in North Carolina. And I think that is not something we should be bragging about if it is not balanced with a careful measurement and a plan to preserve the quality of life that attracted people here over the last 3, 4, and 5 decades. I bought my land here almost 50 years ago, 46 years ago. And we were drawn by the quiet, the peace, the quality of the schools and new infrastructure that the county invested in 20 and 30 years ago. But now we feel like this inordinate amount of high density master development plan approval is diluting our quality of life so significantly that we're concerned. We're scared. 1,105 in Hawksbill Cove, 348 in Pirate Tract, and that's just 2 of them. If you imposed a moratorium on high-density development today, no future approvals until you've measured quality of life, fire, police, EMS, schools, everything that entails, and you figure out where you are, figure out the dozen and a half you approved and how that's going to dilute it more, and then set a minimum goal. Instead of 38 per classroom, you're not going to accept less than 25 per classroom, and figure out a plan on how to get there on all 8 or 9 major indicators of quality of life. It would take you you'd have to have a moratorium for a decade just to be able to catch up for what you've already approved. And then you would have to be committed to any new approvals, looking at the numbers, strategic planning as a county. Okay, every single new one we approve, this is how we're going to get them seats in schools. This is how we're going to have them, safe road access. This is how we're going to have proper, a decent quality of life average of police per resident, firemen per resident, medical staff per resident. That's all I have. Thank you.
Frankie Saunders.
Ms. Saunders, welcome.
Hi, my name is Frankie Saunders. I live at 90 Murraytown Road, Burgaw, North Carolina. I want to talk about you guys that said you guys were willing to do town hall meetings, but only 2 of you had good excuses for not showing up 2 different nights, and that was Commissioner Tate and Commissioner George. The rest of you, more or less, gave the Pender County people the middle finger and said, that's it. You didn't care what they thought. You didn't care how they felt. You literally gave them the middle finger. That's how they felt. And that's how we all feel still on the EMS and fire. We're not happy with it because we feel like it was still done back door. We don't know what door, but underground, some kind of door. But it wasn't including the Pender County people. And I'm going to stir up a little fire right now because I'm still on the Pender Post. That's our paper. That's our paper of the county. That's the paper that the Pender County people want. A lot of people cannot afford the new Hanover paper. A lot of people don't go online. They don't have internet, or they don't not up to par on it. A lot of them are old schooled. They want their newspaper. And this stuff about cartoons, you guys have no idea what people face in day-to-day lives if you're going to get upset over a cartoon. Because I have faced some really terrible stuff in my jobs of a day. If it's a mail carrier, I've had a customer to come up to me and never seen me before in my life and literally cuss me out in my face. I've never seen him before because of the way a previous mail carrier had delivered their stuff. But I took that abuse literally every day for almost a year. And I said to that person the first day, give me a chance to just watch how I do my job. Give me a chance. For a year, that person stared at me and literally come up to my face within a foot or less and cussed me up one side and down the other, worse than a sailor. For watch me every year to do his mail. Within a year, he put a card in the mailbox from him and his wife, apologizing and wishing me Merry Christmas, and with a nice little tip in there. And I sat there and opened it and plumb cried. As an adult, I plumb cried because my actions and me doing my job is what won him over because of the way it previously been done.
Thank you, ma'am.
Louis Saunders.
Welcome, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. Louis Saunders, 90 Murraytown Road. Most of you can probably tell I'm just sort of the silent partner of my wife, Frankie. She's the one that's more outspoken. I think you commissioners can vouch for that. I'm more laid back, quiet, reserved. If you look up introvert in the dictionary, my picture will be beside it. But I had to kind of like poke the bear to get you started. Mr. Groves, you poked the bear. At the Trask Town Hall, you came up to me and said, I need to control my wife. Mr. Groves, you know me better than that. You know you can't talk to me that way without getting a reaction. You're getting it tonight. We went to school together. I've known you for 60 years. I thought you were my friend. A friend would not say something like that. A friend would not say, control your wife. As you can see, I haven't controlled her and never will try. I think every woman here, and I'm not speaking for nobody, but I think if the ladies can agree with my wife, you don't want to be controlled by your husband. And I think it was a very chauvinistic thing for you to say, and I really think an apology should be given to my wife and me and every woman here and every woman that's watching, streaming. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
John Morris.
Mr. Morris, welcome.
County Commissioners, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. As a matter of background, I'm a civil engineer that did land development engineering. Oh, by the way, I live at 709 Green Tea Road in Old Point. I'm here to talk about the Piver Track, just briefly. I was going to say more, but the people who have talked before me and the people who will talk after me are in a lot more detail. But back to it. I'm an engineer that did 20 years of land development engineering. And when I saw the power attack being presented and 300 plus units off of one access, I was surprised. No, shocked. That is way more than safety should allow. And the second access they're proposing is really a joke. We need to look at private track and other developments of that size and look at what it does to the larger community. What it hits with Old Point Road and Country Club Road, what it does to our water and sewer. Do they have adequate water? Do they have adequate sewer? Do they have adequate safety? Do you all remember Florence? I do. How would they get out if Florence hit us again with one access? You really need to think about that before you approve this track. And I will leave it off to, I would support all the points that Ivan Bloom brought up and more. And thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, sir.
Margaret Godwin.
Well, she gets 3 minutes, ma'am. Each individual gets 3 minutes.
John Philippi.
Mr. Philippi, welcome, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this time. My name is John Philippi. I live on Ravenswood Road. I've been a resident there for 10 years. A lot has changed, and it's not for the good. And like the gentleman before me, all of you control our quality of life. And you need to get that through your thinking process, because what you're doing is destroying our quality of life. I'm going to throw some statistics at you, and this was from the EPA website. The amount of homes that they're building for trash, average person, family of 4, 6,570 pounds of trash per family per year. Multiply that by 358, comes out to 2,850 pounds of trash. Does anybody know what the transfer station can hold? I don't think you do, right? So what are we going to do there? Water. Average family of 4 consumes 36,000 gallons a year. Multiply that. That comes out to 42 million gallons approximately. Where are we going to get the water? Is anybody thinking about that? Is Pender County Utilities all on wells? Can you give me an answer, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
All right. I can see where this is going. Okay. I want to know what the capacity of their plant's going to be for sewage. If they're producing 2 million gallons of water a year, using 2 million, is their plant going to be able to process that much water? And if it does, who's going to be responsible? Who's going to maintain it for eternity? I don't want the county involved. And what is their plan if the power goes out? What's their plan B? Is there anything in place? Is it in writing? Those are the things that concern me. And the other issue that everybody's concerned about is the traffic on the roads and the evacuation process. So I cannot get out in the morning at 7:30 off of Ravenswood Road because of the light at Country Club. Nobody will let you out. So please address these issues, think it out, and we wish you would change your position and slow this process down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Beth Butler.
Ms. Butler, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners, Chairman Burton, and Commissioners. My name is Beth Butler. I reside at 113 Coots Trail here in Hampstead. I am here tonight as a community leader representing Old Point. The owner of Old Point has asked me to speak on his behalf because he's at work. So I'm going to read the letter that he wrote. He said he's also emailed it to you all today. This is for Mr. John Francesco. My name is Beth Butler, here representing Old Point Country Club and 19 Restaurant. Mr. Fresco writes he's expressing serious safety concerns related to the proposed Piver development being built off of Country Club on off of Spring Garden Road, a route that's already struggling with traffic congestion, limited access, and pedestrian safety. Currently, Country Club Road functions as a single-lane road corridor for both directions, with no viable secondary access. With the addition of 358 homes on the Piver track, in addition to the development already approved, Hawksbill Cove of 1,100 homes, Country Club is at capacity. We can barely get out of our neighborhoods, and crossing the road is extremely dangerous. The traffic volume's drastically going to increase during school hours, and the traffic analysis that was done and approved on September 11th, was that done during school or was it done during the summer? Because those numbers will be significantly different with adding school traffic into that. Mr. Francesco also wants to talk about this proposed secondary entrance, which is basically a gravel driveway right now, which directly exits onto Old Point Country Club, which feeds right there on the corner of Country Club and Old Point Road. I know that you travel that road, Mr. George, Mr. Burton. I know that you have a prior fire history. We are asking for help. It's not too late to give us help. We are very concerned about the safety issues. We had a golfer, a 70-year-old golfer, get hit trying to cross the road this summer. We have 3 access points for golfers to cross, which are extremely dangerous, not to mention the e-bikes going down Country Club 60 miles per hour, and the kids crossing on their bikes to get to Lowe's Food in the shopping center. It's been a problem for years, and this is just going to make us in a very dangerous situation. And Mr. Francesco is asking for Old Point Country Club and 19 Restaurant, and for Old Point residents and members of our community. We are asking for, 1, a safety tunnel, just like they have at North Shore Country Club, a safety tunnel. This builder should be able to work with our community under a planned unit development and give us safety access for our customers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ben Westby.
Mr. West, you're welcome.
Good evening. My name is Ben Westby, 115 Coots Trail. I'm also the Section 7 HOA president of the 24 communities that, or 24 homes that are on Coots Trail over there in Old Point. I'm here to echo the concerns of the Piver Track development, the planned development that we have coming up for approval here soon, primarily on safety, stormwater management, and we need to step back and give this more time to make sure that we're not just rubber stamping something that meets the letter of the law, but making sure that it meets the intent of the law. I don't think that the two entrances that we have there really meets the intent of a 2 access to a 300 home community, and there's a lot of safety concerns around that. Of course, for fire and EMS. Deputy Link was just up here spouting all the great efforts that the fire department is doing to try to educate and build a safer community, and we're about to trash that by approving something that makes it completely unsafe for that community. So let's take this all into consideration, right? Also, it seems like there's rumors that there's fear on the commissioner's side to push back against development in Hampstead. Right? Fear that if we say no to future development, that these developers are going to think twice about coming and trying to build out here. Fear that we might face litigation from builders, right? I don't think anybody here is afraid of pissing off a few developers, okay? You know what? I'm afraid. I've got 2 kids, right? I've got a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old. I'm afraid of turning left out of my daughter's preschool and getting smoked in the suicide lane on the 17, all right? That's what I'm afraid of, okay? I think we should all be afraid of what this is going to look like 5 to 10 years from now if we don't take a step back, try to be more thoughtful about our development, making sure that, hey, they're going to come and they're going to build. Let's make sure they're doing it right, make sure they're following the law and doing it safely, all right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Jeff Kale.
Thank you, sir.
Diane Tomlinson.
Ms. Tomlinson? Okay.
P. Barberi. Curtis Schrinkost.
Mr. Curtis, welcome.
Hi, I'm Curtis Schreckengost. I live in Deerfield, 324 Creekview Drive here in Hampstead. This is kind of like a deja vu for me. We went through almost a very similar thing, the Hawthorne Swain development off of Deerfield and Creekview. One of the things that shocked me how the development was approved was all of a sudden it looked to me, I've been building for almost 60 years, that all of a sudden the development process was just stopped, or the approval process was stopped, and the developer was just given the green light to just go do what they wanted. And that was the superficial view. But all of a sudden there was the input from your constituency stopped. And all of a sudden the developer was just given the green light to proceed. And it almost feels like we're in the same place today. For a development of this significance, please take the time, because these developments are not, they're not short-term. They don't last for 20 years and they're gone. They last for lifetimes. They impact the lives of people, the families, the quality, you've heard it. The quality of life, you guys are the visionaries. You represent us to make sure that we have a better place to live, a good place to live that's healthy for us. So to echo what everybody else has said to date, please slow down. Don't rush it through. Be thoughtful and deliberate in your decisions so that you're doing the best job you possibly can in governing us as the commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Susan Christie.
Ms. Christie, welcome.
Good evening, Susan Christie, 367 Old Point Loop, Hampstead. I'm here to address the community's concerns and fears regarding development here in Pender County. In the eyes of its residents, there appears to be a lack of guide rails to protect the interests and quality of life of the citizens. Last fall, I called Commissioner Burton requesting that the commissioners place a temporary moratorium on high-density development in Hampstead. I cited the lack of infrastructure, including schools, buses, law enforcement, emergency services, as well as the completely inadequate roads that cannot handle the traffic now, let alone the impending traffic when these current developments are finished. I spoke to him of my, excuse me, I got postage trip. I spoke to him of my sincere concerns for the safety of the people living in Hampstead. After all, in an emergency evacuation, we're last in line. We're behind Surf City, we're behind Porter's Neck. Mr. Burton first answered my question by pushing me off on North Carolina Representative Carlton Smith. But when I brought to his attention that I'd already spoken to Mr. Smith, who kindly informed me that you all do have the power to stop it, he then said, well, the constituents don't want to pay for the lawsuits. Well, I'm here to tell you, we do want to pay for the lawsuits. We don't want to pay for the additional schools, buses, police, emergency equipment. Our infrastructure doesn't work now, and until you fix our infrastructure now and get it to where it works at a level that is reasonable, stop. You need to be responsible. You are just going, oh, the law says this. Screw the constituents. Well, we care. So therefore, I request that you all change your course. Put the citizens of Pender County first. I would like you to put a temporary moratorium on all high-density development. I ask that you delay the approval of the Piver tract until the current infrastructure is at or below 100% of its capacity. I request the commissioners immediately rezone the Piver property to PUD. I also demand that you put our safety first. Have the courage to do what you were elected to do. Protect us. Thank you.
Ann Deaton.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Chairman Burton, Commissioners. My name is Ann Deaton. I live at 120 Old Point Road. You may not remember me, but I spoke at your commission meeting in August in Burgaw. At that time, I was presenting on the behalf of over 1,100 citizens, residents of Hampstead, some of them in this room, a petition for a temporary moratorium on residential development as a pause until we could see how well the bypass helps and what we can do about these other roads, because the bypass is not going to help all the neighborhoods get out onto the highway. That was in August. I showed you the traffic data and all the accidents and how the most are right here in Pender County's Highway 17. I ask that you get back to us and just give us an answer of whether you will do this, whether you will not. Will you do a limited moratorium? I suggested, how about just the very big projects, especially those that maybe don't meet all their criteria. For example, the Piver tract with this entrance and the safety issue. I say this as somebody that's on 120 Old Point Road that backs up to them, and I'm gonna have a 20-foot buffer. And they have their property cleared right to the edge of my property line. I will have no privacy, and they want to put an alley right behind there. So I'm going to have their driveways right behind our property. I'm saying this because there just doesn't seem to be any comprehensive planning or consideration for other people. So now we're here, we have another large development, nothing's happened on the moratorium, or no answers. And you've heard from many people that are concerned about real issues with this development. I want to thank Commissioner Springer because he did answer me when I sent that email to all of you, and he answered me. And he did say, similar to what I think I just heard from Susie, is that, you know, there has been advice to you don't want to do any kind of moratorium because of instant lawsuits, and that the taxpayers pay for those lawsuits, which is true, but like Susie said, we were going to pay for it, and you shouldn't be beholden to the developers because of that fear. So I was also told by the interim planning director that the Piver tract would probably be on the November agenda to the planning board because it doesn't have to come to you guys because it's a PD and by rights project, even though it doesn't meet all the criteria. I asked if they could move it to Hampstead. I asked, and he said he didn't think so, and then I saw him last week, and he said, no, it will not. And so I'm here to ask you, again, I think you guys have the power, and if you could explain that to the group afterwards, if you can decide where an agenda item goes, if you could just change that. And so that's my main ask, and I would just say, I hope that you guys can just look for solutions and not why you can't do something. Because that seems like that's what I'm hearing from planning department, from planning board, and from you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I know, my time's over. Take back your power.
Those are all the sign-ups, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, those are all the sense. What I would like to do is to break from a little tradition. Since all those folks are still in the room, normally when we go through the course of business, they will file out and leave. But I want to open up to the board to have some discussion about some of these questions that folks have had. I am unfamiliar when the Piver tract comes to us because I haven't heard anything about it yet. I do have a question. Yeah, we're going to have a board discussion, but we want y'all to hear it, okay? I do have a question for the Fire Marshal's office. Have you concluded a subdivision review committee for that project? And if so, can you give the folks your findings?
Since I was walking, I just want to make sure I understood. You said, have you concluded a review of that? Yes, sir. I think I'm trying to remember exactly when this came before my office for the first time. Justin, has it been about a year? Yes. It's been about a year since I first heard about this plan. I haven't even seen the plan in complete full yet because it hasn't made it to that point. But the preliminary, we have reviewed that. I have given an answer back. We've even had a chance to sit down. I've had at-length discussion with Ms. Christie. We've had great discussion, actually, on the telephone. I appreciate her conversation.
So you haven't given a final on the subdivision review or nothing
So
like that?
my final is, I took it all the way to my chief fire code official for the state, which is Charlie Johnson. You guys have heard me mention him several times before. He's a mentor, and he is the end-all, be-all for fire code interpretation in the state. I've taken it all the way to him, and he has agreed with mine. Much of the public comment today has mentioned one access in. That is correct. There is one way in to this neighborhood, which was one of my first concerns. This fire code states over 200 homes require 2 dedicated access points, unless otherwise geographically impossible. They did have to start with some talk about connecting in to another road. Old Point's covenants don't allow that, however. So they had to nix that, and I said, please, I need another one. This is not uncommon talk. I've had this talk about other developments in this county where I don't want them to proceed until they give us another one. Because, as has been mentioned, Hurricane Florence, a wreck, a hazmat incident, anything. If I lose that pinch point, I need to be able to get in from some side.
Sure. So
here comes the second. Emergency gated access to cut down on the traffic that's going through basically someone's backyard. And again, like I said this morning, I think I talked to about 30 people today on the telephone.
Okay.
I appreciate those phone calls. That is what our office does. We answer those and we educate and we try to give the best answer possible. So I do appreciate those phone calls, and I don't discredit those concerns. All of us ride these roads. All of us see and have the same dashboard drumming and frustrations on 17. I do not discredit that at all, and I am appreciative of all of the phone calls. However, my Bible is the North Carolina Fire Code, and when my big boss in Raleigh says they meet the exception, that's where I stand, not discounting any of the concerns. But we have had a chance to sit with the developer. I have had a chance to talk with several of the HOA presidents about this. So everything that is being quoted so far is information that they've received from me.
Okay.
We've been talking about it for a year, and this is just where we stand now.
All right, thanks so much.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brantley, can you come up and just give us a brief where that is? And I have just a couple of questions.
Mr. Chair, if
Yes,
I
sir.
could say something right here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've been on this for about a year. I've talked with Mr. Brantley several times, and I want the public to know that I've been told that as a commissioner, this Piver property will not come in front of us as a commissioner. We're going to have to find another way to get it here, safety or whatever. And I'm appalled at that. I do not understand why any development like this would not come before us, but I've been told that it will not. And I'll let Mr. Brantley confirm that.
Well, I'm sure certain things fall under property rights. I mean, as Americans that own property, by law, they can do certain things with certain properties. But, Mr. Brantley, this particular project, when was it brought forward even to have a vision of having 300 and some homes? Because it was well before my time here.
So I've been with the county about 3.5 years. And this was one of the first projects I had assigned to me then.
Okay.
There was a previous iteration. I don't know if it was the same buyer, it was the same designer, certainly, but this came forward around 2000 and, gosh, that would have been 2022. And so there were some challenges with the access, and some projects never moved forward. And so we didn't know the reasoning why, it just never came back. And then it came back, resurfaced about 2 years later with a new design, a new approach to it. And so we have been discussing this with representatives of the landowner for over 3 years now.
Okay.
And so to answer another question, so just to clarify, the property is zoned PD plan development. And projects in that zoning district require master development plan approval by the planning board. So there will be a public hearing scheduled for November 5th in Burgaw. And I will say that generally, we do our best to hold meetings here at the Hampstead Annex when we're able to, but it just did not work out that way. It was not planned. We did not try to have that outcome. Just the way the timing worked and the availability of this space, we were unable to have the meeting. And so I've been doing my best to get the word out ahead of time about the location.
So there's no way that the chair of the planning board could have it here?
No, sir. Not without holding a meeting and holding a special called meeting to change the date. And so,
Could we change the location that we've done that in the past to one of the elementary and middle school areas? I understand Parks and Rec has this reserved for play practice or something on that date, which I think we need to block those first Tuesdays of the month from now on for those possibilities. But is there a way to move it to the auditorium at Topsail High School or multi-purpose?
so this project is ready to be heard by the planning board. And so we've already set in motion that meeting taking place on November 5th. So if the planning board is dissatisfied, with the application, with that hearing, they could continue it to a date certain and possibly a location certain.
If you would just reach out to Mr. Buchanan, I think it is.
Yes, sir.
And just let him know that the public's input, and it's important to the public to have their voices heard at the public hearing.
Yes, sir.
Just see what his and the planning board's wishes are. I would just ask that. I'm not trying to tell that board how to operate because I can't. But I would just, if you would just reach out and have some conversation with him, because I think de facto or whatever, you sit on that board, right? As the
No, sir, but I essentially act as the clerk to that board.
Yeah, well, you're actually there though in person.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, sir. But I have spoken with Mr. Buchanan about the matter.
Okay.
And he, I can't speak for him, but like I said, I will reiterate that we do the best that we can to coordinate meetings and locations based on the projects.
Let me ask this question. Can the date not be changed?
The schedule has already been set for the year.
I understand that, but can it not be a change? And the planning board, we are their appointing authority. They're not going to listen to the Board of Commissioners?
If that were the direction the board wanted to give them, then that would be.
Well, I'm one commissioner, and I would like to deliver that message back.
They would have to hold us. So they would have to hold a special meeting between now and the 5th to change the date of that meeting.
And that's not too hard to do. They can do it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, sir.
Due to the interest of this topic, I think it would be good for them to do that if they can.
That's something I can certainly
Any other
explore.
questions, Mr. Brantley? I'm good. Thank you for answering those, though.
And one thing I do want to clarify, the project's 355 units. It's across about 150 acres. The density is 3 units an acre net, with a gross density closer to 2.5 units per acre. So just to clarify some of those numbers. And it is considered what's called a by right development. If it meets the code and it complies with the future land use category, which supports the 3 units an acre, then it's something that would be approved. But we do have absolutely opportunities for the public to provide their input through that public hearing process.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Attorney, so, and there's been some,
citizen that came up had to give their name. I don't even know who this gentleman is.
well, how about tell the folks who you are, Mr. Brantley?
Oh, Justin Brantley, Interim Planning Director.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Sorry for that. I thought you might have knew. Mr. Attorney, please just help some of the public. There's been some talk about the moratoriums, and that's a hot topic. I wouldn't mind a moratorium tomorrow on some stuff, but I wouldn't. But there are certain things that are by the law. I mean, I don't like 55 miles an hour either. Am I going to drive 90 and just pay for the lawsuit or pay for the ticket? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to follow the law. So just explain that, how that goes through the process for us to do I think even if we can do one, it's got to be very temporary and very detailed, right?
Yes, sir, and you have to identify the items which will be addressed. And again, there also is a limitation on once residential development is in place, that a moratorium does not stop it once it has been set. So I have to look at that, and there has been a continual move away, again, not by this board, but by the General Assembly, restricting the ability to impose moratorium. Everywhere, not just here, but that's it. And again, we would have to identify the items that we were going to be working on and what our plan was to address them. For instance, I know one of the issues is traffic. Well, in general, the county can't address, that's DOT. That's not a county function. So that is part of it. We can say we, could try to have some, traffic calming is the phrase, I believe, that because the traffic engineers have come before, especially the planning board, with ideas on items like that. But again, in general, we can't do that because again, a town has different abilities because they are town/city streets in large part. The roads here are not county roads; they are state roads, and we don't have jurisdiction over them. DOT does, and the state does. But yes, sir, there are limitations, and I mean, we can give you a presentation. I can take it out.
Would you put that on your radar to maybe at the next meeting?
Yes, sir.
So at least it can be on YouTube and memorialized for the citizen to see what we can and what we can't do.
Yes, sir.
Because it's very important. It is. I'm actually I'm very pro development, but I'm very pro doing it the right, smart way. If you work hard and you buy property, and by law you want to develop that property in the right way, I'm not going to stand in your way. This is America. If I got a piece of property and a bunch of folks don't like what I'm going to do by right, they can put their money together and buy it from me if I'm the developer, but I'm not. That's just an example.
Unless there's a safety concern, right?
Yeah, and unless whether anything can be under the auspice of safety. So, but I appreciate everybody's comment tonight. We wanted, normally we don't have back and forth, but I appreciate everybody's comment. So, we'll get a presentation together for you, hopefully, to answer some questions. But I did want to have some dialogue with the board for you tonight. We don't normally do that, but I appreciate your attendance and I appreciate you coming. So.
These folks did mention something tonight that really, as I took notes as they were talking tonight, I've heard different opinions in council. I didn't really get a good understanding from you. I heard the lady speak about, Representative Smith said to her that this board could impose a moratorium on building. I've been told that we could not. So what is the true answer? If we can do something, I think we need to do something.
We can do certain things, Dr. Tate. Yes, we can, but the ability to have the broad moratorium or moratoria, I'll defer to you, is not there anymore. That has been restricted by the General Assembly. But yes, we can have limited time period with certain goals and certain problems to be addressed within that, to do that. And I'll present a full breakdown of that at the next meeting.
So what is defined as limited time periods?
I'll have to go back to the statute.
Yeah, I'm
At
thinking
one,
6
I was
months.
gonna
or
say
something.
90 days at
Yeah.
one point was what it was, but I want to check on that. I don't want to go by memory and misstate anything to anybody, so I'll need to look that up.
All right.
So when I've talked to the local representatives in Raleigh about this situation before, they said that it is our responsibility to maintain our zoning. Our zoning needs to change as we change, and that's where we lacked. Our UDO has not been updated since 2009. We've done 2 comprehensive plans in the meantime, and we just finished another one. But the zoning part of that comprehensive use plan, the UDO last time it was rewritten got shuffled to the side because it stepped on some toes that developers didn't like, so it never made it off the shelf. And I know that for a fact. I have a copy of it. That UDO would have fixed this problem for coastal residential areas. The current UDO, or the current comprehensive plan that we just finished that we haven't approved yet, because we're got to bring it back for a second reading, it would also address part of this problem because it also identifies a coastal residential area on the east side of 17, and that was two units per acre. So that would have cut it back 100 houses plus. So yeah, the people in Raleigh say we have the authority to set our zoning, but we also have to maintain that, and when it has to change as we change, and unfortunately, that hasn't happened.
Well, what are we going to do about it? Let's make it happen. We need to start addressing it. And if we really want to put a moratorium on this issue, if you want to amend the agenda tonight and I'll make a motion, I'll make it.
I would rather. I'd rather get all the facts and the information first from the attorney before I would support that.
And again, we would need to have some details, Dr. Tate, on that of what we're doing in the limitation. Now, absolutely, with what Commissioner George was saying, we have the ability to control zoning. Now, there was a bill that got passed that says we can't downzone. And that is yet to be interpreted. It was one of those that they did as a catch-all bill at the end of last session in 2024. And so how that would apply to a rezoning change, again, we'd have to look at that as well, because that's
Okay.
but yes, in general, the units per acre, for instance, is something that's a legislative decision that the board can address. But that those need to go through the planning board. Any amendment of the UDO is supposed to go by our ordinance, as well as state law, is supposed to go to the planning board for their recommendation.
Ms. Blue, when is our next meeting?
November 3rd.
November 3rd. Were you okay with November 3rd?
Yes, sir.
Giving a presentation?
Yes, sir.
Also, if you will, you brought up the new law that passed about downzoning. Would you, between now and then, get an opinion from the AG?
I don't know that I can get an opinion from the AG. I can see what I can get from the school government, though.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, let me jump in real quick. Regardless of what the UDO states, these developers, they keep hounding and hounding and hounding until they get what they want. I saw that in Rocky Point at Falls Mist. There's 750 homes on 300 acres. They're 10 feet apart. And they brought it before us 4 or 5 times so that they could get enough votes to pass it. I voted against it. And the reason I voted against it is if one burns, the rest of them burn. And they had a problem with one entrance in that also. And then they came up with a service road. But that's what they do. If you got a limit per acre, they'll come up with a special use or whatever. They got a way to go around it, and they'll keep coming and badgering until they get enough votes to pass it. That's what they did in Falls Mist and Rocky Point, and I voted against it.
All right. Well, I think we got a little bit of direction. And once again, thanks for the community to come out and voice your opinion on that. So before we get into the agendas and the approvals, I'd like to open the floor to entertain a motion.
Consent agenda?
Yeah, if you want to do that for the consent agenda, that's fine.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
All right, motion second. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your hand. Aye. All right. Mr. Walker, you're off the hook. All right. Approvals and resolutions. Item 9.1. Sheriff Cutler. Like you have somebody retiring.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Chair and County Commissioners. That's right, Sergeant Jody Redding has retired right here recently, and has been tradition for us in the past. We like to award them with their duty service weapon, their firearm. And we just asked them permission to surplus that so we can award her with that.
I'll entertain that motion.
Make that motion.
Motion?
Second.
And a second. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
We appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Item 9.2, docking stations. Sheriff? Yeah, one more. Docking stations.
This is for the requested transfer of federal forfeiture funds in order to pay for docking stations for computers in the vehicles.
I always like it when dope dealers pay for your equipment.
Yes, sir.
That's what it's for.
Yes, sir.
And that's exactly, and I'm glad the citizens are here to hear that.
Yeah.
I'll entertain that motion.
Make a motion.
A motion? Is there a
Second.
second? Motion and a second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank y'all.
Item 9.3, purchase order for Motorola Solutions in the amount of $103,528.56. Mr. Devane.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me a moment. I'd like to respectfully request permission to move forward with utilizing the funds that were already budgeted for the communication equipment needed for the radio tower at the new law enforcement center. These funds were planned and approved during the budget process specifically for this purpose, and we have followed all proper policies and procedures through the planning and procurement steps to ensure everything is in order. At this stage, it's important that we stay on schedule with installation so the facility is fully operational when it opens, especially from a public safety communication standpoint. Thank you again for your support and consideration. Is there any questions?
Mr. Devane, just briefly, what is this equipment?
This equipment is the antenna, the cabling, all the support brackets going into the control room.
For the tower?
For the tower, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Any other questions?
I have a question. Did we bid this out?
We followed the state policy and went through the state contract pricing, which per our policy does not require us to put it out for bid.
Okay.
Any other questions?
And Motorola was the only one that
We
had
have
the
all
one that we
Motorola.
could use.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Devane, what are your credentials
Sir,
to
I'm,
allow you to bid on this and to take this bid? What are your credentials?
I'm confused on where you're going with this line of questioning, sir. I have no dog in the fight when it comes to the procurement policy. That is set for by the finance department, sir.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? What are the wishes?
Make a motion to approve 9.3, purchase of the $103,528.56 for the communications equipment for the tower for the new law enforcement center.
Motion's on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, sir. Item 9.4, Mr. Cologne. Welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners, Chairman of the Board. My name is Anthony Colon. I'm the Executive Director of Pender Water and Sewer. And tonight, I'm here asking the approval of a purchase order in the amount of $44,493 with 29 cents for a 2025 F-150 from Deacon Jones Ford of Clinton for the project management inspection crew.
Any questions for Mr. Klein?
I want to thank you for going back rebidding this. I think you came back and it was 65,000 and you got it back down reduced as this board asked you to do. And thank you for doing your due diligence. You saved some money there.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you for bringing it back, Mr. Klein.
Absolutely.
So with that, I'll take a motion.
I'll be glad to make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your hand. Aye. Thank you, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Alderman.
That brings us to 9.5. Before we do that, just a minute. Okay, Ms. Fulton.
Good evening. On October 2nd, staff received a resolution from the Maple Hill Volunteer Fire Department requesting to be removed from the Pender County Emergency Services merger and continue with their current contractual situation with paid staff. Since then, we've had multiple conversations with Maple Hill and with North Carolina Fire Chief Consulting, and because there are two separate buildings, I think we can work that out, not conflicting with the local government retirement system with our staff, and still allow Maple Hill to be their own entity throughout the merger. We will still need to work through a few logistics things for equipment, but we've also talked with the state Office of the State Fire Marshal for the ISO rating, and they said that they would still rate the district the same way, regardless of the way that we have discussed setting this up. So we're looking for the board to consider the request from Maple Hill Volunteer Fire Department to be removed from the emergency services merger.
So basically, Ms. Fulton, they're going to act similar to Rocky Point.
It'd be a little bit different. So right now, there's two separate...
Except with their full-time staff will be fire and EMS.
So currently, Maple Hill is, their volunteers are supplemented by Pender EMS and Fire provides 24/7 paid staffing, and they have two separate buildings on two separate parcels. So after the merger, that one building is owned by Pender EMS and Fire. That would become county property, and then there would be county staff providing service. We need to work out a little bit on the apparatus side for our insurance and liability purposes, but for all intents and purposes, it would be two completely separate departments, but it would still be rated the same way for ISO in the Maple Hill District.
But they'll still continue to operate their volunteer service for their
Correct.
community, respond to calls, second due, ISO, all
Correct.
that.
Yes.
Cool. With that, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the request from Maple Hill Volunteer Fire Department to be excluded from the emergency service merger.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second that. I'm
Motion
glad
and
to
a
see this
second.
request before us tonight.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Gentlemen, thank you.
Mr. Chair, before we get to this 9.6, I would like to ask the board for a recusal for perception of conflict of interest for approval of Pender EMS and Fire retention package.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, I'll be abstaining from this vote.
I'm sorry?
I'll be abstaining from this vote.
Can somebody please vote with us tonight so we can get this matter handled?
Hold on. So 9.6, and as I indicated in the town hall that I did come to, I came to 3 of the 5. I was not able to make it to all 5. Effective immediately, I'll be resigning and stepping off of the Pender EMS and Fire Board, and I will do so in writing to their chair. This will give me the ability to act fully as a county commissioner on behalf of the citizens of Pender County, which I intend to do tonight. All
Mr.
right.
Chair, I would advise that to be in writing according to the bylaws.
Yeah, and that will go in an email tonight.
Okay.
And I've checked with the attorney, and it's good.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just one quick question. What board member do we have on the Fire and EMS board at this time?
It was
County
my
Commissioner.
understanding that Vice Chair Springer was on that board, so
Okay.
I'll get his input on that because I think there was a quandary in the last meeting that they had.
Mr. Attorney, can you clarify if Mr. Springer is on that board?
If I could interject, Mr. Attorney.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Groves, to answer your question, Mr. Murkison sent an email to Mr. Thurman. Mr. Thurman did not receive said email. I got to the board meeting and was told I did not serve on that board, as board member Fry can attest to. So I set that one out, but I still stayed for the meeting. Tonight I will be abstaining from that until either I'm reapproved to be back on that board or not. So therefore I will not be voting on.
So with that, would we need to waive the rules?
The rules, yes.
To have the appointment, yes, but not for the abstention. And if I may, Commissioner Grove, I respectfully disagreed with their attorney on that. He sent it Thursday, and they were meeting on Monday, and I'd not yet seen it. But I disagreed because they said Commissioner Springer had resigned, and in fact, he had said he was going to resign so he could be part of the budget vote. But it never reached that because we had removed Pender EMS and Fire because Commissioner George, although I'm not sure that there is a conflict, and we've had that discussion, but to avoid any appearance of impropriety, he had asked that the Pender EMS portion be removed from the budget, and that was all the board took action on. We never got to Pender EMS at that budget meeting. So that was it. And also there's a question of there wasn't an approval of a contract, which is what the statute prohibits. The budget vote was setting the tax rate and then allocating that as part of the budget ordinance, but there was no contract being approved. There was a contract that was already in place, and this was simply setting the tax rate that by that contract they got the funds for fire and EMS, EMS countywide, fire for the districts that they cover. So that, again, that's not a contract, but again, I understand there's not been a whole lot of case law out there and erring on the side of caution. But in this circumstance, again, and I went back and watched the meeting, and Commissioner Springer never said, I resign. It was discussed that he would resign if it got to that vote, but it never did.
We need to clear that up tonight in whatever action we need to take, because the commission needs one seat on the board to represent the citizens. So.
And it's my understanding that you have resigned
I am,
effective immediately.
effective immediately.
Right.
I
And
will
you'll
not
send
be
them
there.
written confirmation of that.
Yes, I will.
And then the board could simply, yes, waive the rule to allow the appointment to be considered, and then take whatever action it deems best with regards to Commissioner Springer being on that.
So I move to suspend the rules tonight.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right.
We've always had a commissioner on that board.
All right, move to suspend the rules, and now, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your hand, aye.
Aye.
Okay,
And now I
now,
move to put Commissioner Springer on that board.
to officially
Officially.
do that.
Make
Okay.
that motion.
That motion's on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? All right. 3-1. Welcome again, Vice Chair Springer. So, good. All right. So now we can get on to item 9.6. And Ms. Blue, you have the floor.
Yes, so this brings back the approval of the Pender EMS and Fire Retention Package previously presented by Assistant Chief of Pender EMS and Fire, Chief Haraway. This is the same resolution that was before you before, or the proposal, but it comes this time with a board-approved resolution from the Pender EMS and Fire Board requesting that Pender County provide this funding for these purposes.
Okay. Is Chief Haraway here? I just have a couple of Chief, would you mind?
He is.
Fielding a couple of questions, sir? First off, Chief, I want to thank you for
Commissioners,
for diligently trying to come up with a plan to retain and to recruit some more fire rescue employees.
thank you, sir.
I just have a couple of questions. One question is your application process open?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay.
We actually ran 5 applicants through a CPAT today.
Nice, very good, okay. My next question, this incentive package is going to benefit the boots on the ground, and that's below battalion chief, correct?
Yes, sir, this is for operational personnel, boots on the ground.
Okay. Any other questions for the chief?
I do.
Okay.
If we give you this incentive to hire 10 and 6 months from now they leave, what happens with the incentive money? We're right back where we were. What guarantee
Well,
are we gonna
currently,
have?
Commissioner, we have a in-house program when we offer a incentive of any sort, and we have done that on EMS, where basically, when we have an EMS academy, where we train those individuals, we have a document that they sign where they will provide us a period of time of service guaranteed, post-acceptance, meaning if we give them this incentive, we could implement an agreement much like that to where they would sign on for us for a period of a year or 2 years, whatever we agree upon.
My next thing is, if we give this incentive, how many is going to leave because they didn't get it that are already there? Have you had a conversation with your people about this?
Sir, I've had conversations with all my shift personnel, and my shift personnel are requesting me to please hire people so they can quit working 48-hour shifts and 60-hour shifts. That's what I have people working right now. They're working 2 and 3 days to try to fill the voids that we currently have so that we don't have to brown out stations. So yes, they are all on board with however I can get them some help.
Well, I think this will do 2 things. I think this will support the men and women to do that job. But I guess what I'm saying, it'll also support our steadfast willingness to not turn our backs on them and to see this thing through and come July 1, have one big family. And that's my support. And I've made that promise, and I will not go back from it. So,
thank you, sir.
With that, is there any other questions?
I have a few questions.
Okay.
My first question for you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for bringing I've heard nothing but glowing reviews from you on the side of fire and EMS and leading this process that you are leading now. My first question is, are we experiencing an increase in persons leaving on the fire and EMS side, both, or just as the fire side?
No, sir, it's on both.
All right, so why are we only offering an incentive just on the fire side and not EMS? I need some clarity on that.
Well, right now, we are not having as difficult a time getting EMS applicants, meaning when we offer them educational incentives, they come on board with us. Whereas on the fire side, to get certified firefighters that we can put to work right away, we have tried everything else and we have not been getting applicants. So our next option was a monetary incentive to try to get those certified applicants.
And how do we know it's $2,000 is what's going to take to attract those employees that come to Pender County? How do we know $2,000 is sufficient?
I cannot guarantee that it is. It is my hopes that it is, and I base that on just looking at what other agencies around us, some agencies where I've seen their ads, and just doing a competitive incentive.
So who's offering $2,000 that you basing that on?
I would have to, I did not bring that information with me tonight. I apologize. I was not expecting that question.
Unsolicited, I had a number of fire and EMS folks that come and see me this weekend. Didn't know they were coming at separate times. I've had a chance to have probably 4 or 5 hours of conversation with them throughout this past weekend. My question is that, are you sure that the $2,000 is going to be what's required to keep them? Is there any other deeper issues within the organization that we need to address, or do you all need to address, that's really going to allow those persons to stay here?
I'm not aware of any deeper managerial, nothing's been brought to me.
Okay, what I'm asking is not necessarily problems in the department or issues with that level, but how we ask the employees, how we ask those who are leaving, why did they leave, and their exit interviews. I'm sure you have to collect exit interviews, correct?
Yes, sir.
My background in HR, I had to do a lot of exit interviews, and I always want to find out why teachers are leaving the position. So, and all the time, it's not money. Sometimes it can be the hours, it can be vacation hours. And that leads me to another point. Is our hours for administrative staff members that work with Pender EMS, is it the same for those persons, the firefighters, and the persons who serve at the basic level? Is it the same as for the administrators?
Oh, no, sir. Our administrative personnel work Monday through Friday from 8 to 5. Our firefighters and EMS personnel work either 12 or 24-hour shifts, meaning they, they come in at 8 in the morning, they get off 8 the next morning, or they work a 12-hour shift, either day or night.
So the persons in administration, they get 15 hours, I understand, of vacation leave. Is that correct?
15 holidays.
15 holidays, that's correct.
They get 15 holidays, yes.
And then the staff, the firefighters, the frontline folks only get 6. Is that correct?
They get 8.
8.
8.
Okay. I think that's one of the problems we need to address. Of the many folks that I've spoken with, they want to be home with their families too, and get paid just like the administrators. You know, in my line of work, that would create a big morale issues. The administrators get one package, and then those who are not administrators, who are doing first line of response, are getting another packet. Can we not address that issue as well? Can we not amend that while we're looking at this policy, this package? I mean, we pulled the $2,000 out of the air without asking anybody what we think is. I'm supportive, but I want to make sure we're making a good decision, that we put you in a position to offer a competitive benefit packet.
Yes, sir, and I did in my initial package, if you review it, my initial package before we cut it back was to add those holidays for our operational staff. That was the most expensive part of the package. I believe it was item number 1, where I asked for the same holidays that Pender County employees receive.
And then 6 hours, it's 8 hours you're saying instead of 6 hours, is that correct?
No, we
I'm
currently
sorry,
get,
yeah,
we currently get 8 holidays, whereas administrative staff gets 15. We wanted to give our operational staff those same number, just as what Pender County employees enjoy. I believe that's actually the way it's written in the original proposal, but then when we cut it back, we pulled that item because it was too expensive.
Can we reconsider if we offer the same packet for the administrative as well as for the operational? If we're going to do the packet, if we're going to do this, which I have a lot of concern about doing it because I don't think it's fair to the county employees. You know, at CPS, folks are leaving 2 o'clock in the morning and they're going out to a call where a child may be abused and being neglected or whatever that is, and they're returning back at 3 o'clock in the morning as well. I think by doing this, we open up ourselves to a whole new concept of issues. But if we're going to do it to give you the service that you need, and I believe we need to have that. We need to have that service. That's what's been my quandary this weekend, is how do we be fair to all the employees, but also look at the emergent issue in front of us now. And so in doing that, I want to make sure that we're not just making a decision off the cuff, but we're making a methodical decision. And we've asked those persons who's directly leaving and those that we're trying to recruit and ask them. You know, I've talked to some fire academy. You know, my background is, again, I'm saying this now, is that was in community college. And so I talked to a lot of community college instructors. There's several fire classes going on right now. My former institution got a class going on that I served at. And I talked to some of those students in that class. I said, what makes you want to come to a place to work? And I find out it's not always a $2,000 bonus to do that.
Yes, sir. I can tell you that if we reinserted the holiday package, my employees would appreciate it. My operational staff would be greatly appreciative of it. They did, you know, that is one they brought to me, and I did listen, but like I say, when we reduced the package down to try to save money, we cut that item. So yes, if there was a motion to put that back in, I can tell you that there would be a lot of very happy EMS and fire personnel because they would enjoy those extra holidays.
And in my conversations, many of them were more happy about the vacation hours more than the $2,000 bonus, sign-on bonus. But I believe that if we're going to do it, we should consider both on that side for it.
How much would that add, Ms. Blue?
The number 2 option was $524,000.
But that puts the holidays in, which they're going to get July 1st anyway, right?
Correct. The other, and just a little bit of clarification, the reason that we excluded it is because holidays for our employees are not a cash benefit necessarily. If you don't use them by the end of the year, they do get paid out. But if you use them throughout the year, it's just a paid, part of your accruals that you're using. And so to directly pay it out would be something that we don't necessarily do for our employees. The longevity is something that we already do for our employees. The grade and step adjustments we're doing for our employees continuously. We're continuously evaluating that. The sign-on bonus is not something that we typically do,
Right.
but their purpose was to get certified firefighters, not entry-level firefighters. So I can understand that, right? And that's what they're in need of. And then the last one for the training academy, that would be similar to the sign-on bonus because they'd have the additional training academy that was just for the AEMTs, right?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
So that would kind of, where the sign-on bonus gets you the certified firefighters, the AEMT class gets you the advanced EMT personnel. So we thought a lot through the whole process as we made this recommendation. That's the only reason I didn't include the $524,000 though. Well, that and it's, $524,000. But I do see your point that we do have the holidays that they don't. But that will be addressed July 1. Everybody will have the same holidays. And like I said, we don't pay those out to our employees directly.
My only concern, if we're going to open this door, is I'm very uncomfortable going down, if we're addressing it for all of the employees, we need to give you a competitive package to offer to recruit. And I just have concern that $2,000 is not going to do that with a firefighter when they take out taxes and all these other things with that. How much are you really offering that person to bring them here?
Yes, sir, I see your concern.
And when are we going to start asking, this whole merger thing, I think it could have went down a lot better if we've taken our time and did it and surveyed and asked those who are directly affected. I think when we start meeting with the staff, and I'm saying when we start meeting with the staff and hearing their opinions, then they're going to value it, and then they can see buy-in. Again, just pushing it down folks' throat is not always accepted with people. And I think that that's where we're at. And then we're making decisions, and sometimes we're making decisions on what we think, where we could have simply solved it if we just ask. And sometimes what we think may not be reality. So we're offering something that you may be right back before us next month saying to us, and I appreciate your conservative thought, but if we're going to do it, I really believe we ought to do it right.
Thank you, sir.
The last point I have here, referring to my notes, I noticed that you said $57,000 for the academy class to be offered on site. Is that correct?
The AMT class, yes, sir.
AMT. Now, what is your contingency plan if this board didn't approve the $57,000 today? Will the class still be offered?
No, sir. We did not budget for it.
So there's no type of agreement we're in with any other entity to offer that class. What is going to be offered in 2 weeks?
In 2 weeks.
A couple weeks. If we pass this tonight.
If you pass this tonight, yes, the class would probably start mid-November.
So that means, again, as a former community college president, you're going to offer this with the community college, right? Or you're not offering it? You would have to still offer it through Cape Fear because they're your jurisdiction, right? It's not James Prince, it's New Hanover County. Right?
We offer it in-house through our training division. We are a provider of North Carolina OEMS. Our instructors work through the community college.
Okay, through the community college.
Yes, sir.
So if we don't approve the $57,000 tonight, it seems like you all would have already had some type of discussion. In my days, community college administration, is that you would have had some discussion with them already to offer that class. Instructors would have been secured by now, possibly offered contracts, all of those sort of things are in place. So my point of it tonight, just if the board didn't approve the $57,000, what would be your contingency plan to move forward with that class at this point?
Well, first, let me explain the reason for the 57. The 57,000 includes those 8 employees' salaries.
I'm aware of
Because we
that.
have to pull them off the line. It includes all the training materials, the books, the training time, as well as our FTO, our field training officers who have to precept them. We have to pay for all that. None of that was budgeted. That's why that money's there. So the problem I run into is, yes, could we take and go and just send them to the community college? Yes, we could, but then I still got to pay overtime, which eats into my budget that pulls people off a truck, because I'm pulling 8 personnel off the truck, and I'm having to backfill to keep those trucks on the road while I educate these people in-house. So we try to avoid sending them to the community college. We try to keep them in-house so that we can take and give them that education in-house through the use of this funds. Like I say, our instructors do go through the community college for teaching purposes, but we train them in-house at our own facility.
Again, my question is, if this amount wasn't approved tonight, do you have another funding source that you would look to get that money within your existing budget? What would be your plan to move forward? Because you need to have this training, correct?
We need the advanced EMTs to take and backfill or fill ALS vacancies. But currently, I do not have a contingency plan. I would have to go back and see what I could cut out of my operations budget to find that money. And that would probably be my next step, is go back and cut other training opportunities and other funds through our training division to try to accumulate $57,000 that I could apply toward getting this funded and get these people their education.
Chief, were you ever able to ask the financial officer for the company the fund balance? Remember, we talked about that and you didn't really know.
Yes, sir. We as a private company do not have a fund balance. We have a reserve fund.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that reserve fund right now has been utilized to buy out the defined benefits plan at the tune of $1.2 million. That was our reserve fund.
The defined benefits.
Yes, sir. Because we had to buy that out to
Yeah.
pay off all our participating retirees.
Gotcha.
So our reserve fund has been utilized for that purpose, and that money has been transferred over.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Rather than offering this upcoming class, and it seems like this class will allow you to be able to gain 8 AMETs, I believe, at the advanced level.
Yes.
Is that correct?
8 advanced EMTs.
Have we considered offering at the advanced, hiring 8 at the advanced level that's already credentialed and offering competitive salaries for them to come on board?
We have tried that in the past. However, what we have found is, because when we bring them in from another educational facility, we generally have to put them through an 8 to 10 week orientation and retraining process to get them trained to our protocols and our standards under what our medical director has set forth. So that's another reason we found it's more cost effective to just go ahead and train them on the front end ourselves, rather than basically, I hate to say start all over, but retrain them. And that's what we have had to do in the past. We have tried taking and hiring advanced EMTs. We can find EMTs all day long. We can get those individuals. Advanced EMTs is a different caliber of training, and it's just hard to find those people.
Let's go back to the firefighter question for one more time. Would you just say, Chief, that we have more of a problem with retention versus recruitment for firefighters?
No, sir, and the reason I say that is, if you compare my EMS numbers to my fire numbers is I'm down 11 firefighters. My EMS numbers, I am down 11 from 44 is 33, so I'm down 33 EMS. So I have a much harder time keeping EMS personnel than I do fire personnel. What I have a hard time doing is getting certified firefighters in, because the training is so difficult. It's hard to get those certified people to come in that I can start day one ready to go on a truck.
Well, isn't that something that's occurring at the state level, EMTs? I think it was a report that was done some years ago that says North Carolina EMT level is declining overall. I think folks are leaving that. Isn't that a statewide?
Well, yes, sir. It is a statewide problem. EMS and EMTs have a 5-year tenure period, and they burn out. In our case, you ask if we do exit interviews. We do exit interviews on every person that leaves, and I have a running study of, you know, what those reasons are, and all of them stem around uncertainty. All of them stem around unanswered questions. You know, we've only had 2 dismissals out of the 44 vacancies. The rest of them have been voluntary resignations or going elsewhere for another job or going elsewhere because they find a more certain future at other agencies.
Well, again, if they're going somewhere else, that's a retention. I mean,
Yes,
they're leaving us. So we are addressing recruitment tonight, but we're not doing anything with retention. And I believe, again, we're moving at a high level of velocity here, and I believe that if we slow down and be methodical in our approach, it might work better. Because while we are addressing recruitment people tonight for $2,000, which I don't think is sufficient, I believe, if you look at Novant, I believe they offered their folks when they did their merger process, it was about up to $10,000, and $5,000 I think was an upfront bonus. People stayed there, and over a period of time it was $5,000, something like that I was told recently. My point of it is with you this evening is, what are we going to do to keep people here? You know, it's one thing to offer $2,000 sign-on bonus for people who are coming, but we also have people who are leaving, and I'm concerned about them tomorrow morning.
Well, one of the things that I have done, I just got our board to approve it at our last board meeting, is we are changing our EMS personnel shift rotation to a 24 on, 72 off, which is a proven change in the North Carolina schedule as well as
Good.
nationwide as a new schedule that offers more family time,
Good.
more downtime, more time at home, more wake-ups out of your own bed. We are also looking at a 4896 for our fire personnel, which I also presented to our board, and our board is going to revisit as soon as we get decision, because we're actually doing a survey of all 3 shifts to make sure that they're all on board with the 4896. That's what we've done with EMS, and we got a good number of the surveys back in a positive manner to the tune of 73% of our EMS personnel want the 2472. So we're going to do that same survey for our fire shifts to see if they want the 4896. So those are 2 things that we are looking at that are very low-hanging fruit that we can jump on and take advantage of for retention. And I've heard positive comments from both the EMS staff and the fire staff that they're excited about those opportunities.
I just want to make sure again that we're giving you if we're going to entertain this, that we give you the best package you can have to go out and recruit the best talent to bring back to Pender. And talent that want to stay here in Pender, that we're not just a training ground, that they stay here, get their sign-on bonus, a small bonus, and then they leave and go somewhere else in a short period of time. I want to be assured that they want to stay here when we do this tonight. And that we
Yes,
offer
sir.
them a package good enough that they want to stay.
Well, I can tell you from a manager's perspective, I will do everything that I can to try to ensure that we, retain people. Like I say, I'm working as hard as I can to try to come up with alternative methodologies for that, that we can apply to the benefit of the employee.
You can speak to them nice every day, but for another employer is paying them more money, that equates a lot more sometimes. So I don't know if that's going to address it, Chief. I think you're trying everything that you can. We need to know what resources we need to give you, so we're not addressing this every time again.
Yes, sir. And like I say, if we go back and reinstitute the original package that my board voted on and that we presented, and we put the holiday stuff back in along with the other 4 items, I think you will have a very well-rounded package. It will be well received by all personnel.
So if that's your recommendation, why are you not presenting that one? You were told, staff asked you to move that one, is that correct?
They did request the full $899,000 package. What we have presented a budget amendment for is number 1, 3, 4, and 5, which totals $374,000. Because of that holiday, the fact that that's not something that we give to our employees, it's a little difficult to.
Our employees get holiday pay.
They do, but it's not in addition to their salary. It's an accrual that they get to use as the holiday happens.
But operational staff with his department aren't getting any holiday pay unless they work holidays. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true.
Yes, if they work a holiday, they get overtime pay, excuse me. But, you know, if they are not working, then they enjoy those 8 holidays that we currently have. But we are, you know, what we were proposing is to give them the advantage of the other holidays that Pender County employees enjoy, to where if they're off, they could enjoy those holidays, as you alluded to, and be at home with family. If they have to work, then they get overtime.
I believe if we're going to do this, we're going to mirror the two policies. I think that's what your original request was. We need to provide them your original request. If they're coming over to the county, going to be county employees in a few months anyway, we might as well give them the policy to make it consistent. That's my recommendation. I think we're putting a Band-Aid on a problem that's not going to fix the greater wound. I really don't think it's going to do it. So I think we need to give you what you need.
Yes, sir.
So what would it be if they were given the holidays and paid like the county employees?
I don't know that they're set up to do it that way, but I mean, we can always add the holidays back in. I just didn't recommend that because of that difference in our policy versus theirs. So if you want to make the motion for the whole thing, that's what we'll fund.
Well, then how are we going to also, with this same packet, I think we need to address the county employees as well, and what we're going to do for those employees. You know, I was the one during the budget time said if we're going to address the county employees, cost of living raise is not, that wasn't adequate to keep our employees. If we're going to open this up tonight, I think we need to do it all consistently across the board with the county. We piecemeal thing here, and we're reactive versus proactive.
Why don't we get through this with fire and EMS right now, and then we'll come back and talk about the disparity or the lack of from the budget process in July for the rest of the employees. I think we give a significant amount to the sheriff's office, not just in the 3%, but I think they redone job positions and came up in pay.
Yeah, we've addressed a lot of the compression or the salary issues in recent years. I'm not going to pretend like it's perfect because it's never going to be perfect. But we've made a lot of progress in the last several years, and we're doing we're working with HR to do our workforce initiative assessments for each department, which means we're going to look at job descriptions, grades, steps, hire dates for every single employee, for every single department between now and next budget season.
I just think that we're not positioned, we're addressing this one issue, but we're not addressing all for the county employees. I don't think we're giving the sheriff justice on this issue. I think he needs help. If we had a sign-on bonus for deputies, I think he would be able to attract even more talent if we bring those in. I think if we look at Mr. Cologne department, if he wants to hire engineers, we would be able to hire more people if he's offered to offer sign-on bonuses. I think that what we're doing is by department where we ought to look at it comprehensively and come back with a recommendation and work with HR. No different than UNC Wilmington or anywhere else I serve on a board with, is that I just believe that we ought to be methodical and comprehensive in our recommendation that we're doing. That's all consistent to everyone. I mean, we're going to offer fire, EMS, law enforcement. Are we saying that all first responders are going to get a sign-on bonus? What are we going to do in the health department with Ms. Mosier is trying to fill positions that are critical in health services and so forth? I mean, it just opens up a lot. But I know the issue before us tonight is this one issue. And if this board elects to just look at it department by department, or whenever the department head comes in and make a recommendation, certainly that's, my goal is not to hinder this tonight, but it's to be fair to all of our county employees, and it's to give our sheriff and all of our resources, all of our agencies what they need in order to do this if we're going to do it. So we don't have to come back before this thing some months later.
Yes, sir.
And I certainly think and hope that we can address the issue with the holiday pay. You know, those stories moved me this weekend. I'm looking at dollars too, and I'm on this board. I often say I don't like to spend taxpayers' money. I spend my money much different than I do the taxpayers' money. But I'd certainly think that we need to make it, if you're going to offer a sign-on bonus, it don't need to be embarrassing to the person you're offering it to.
Yes, sir.
I think $2,000 is grossly low.
Well, like I say, if the board entertains going, to a higher number, I'm all about that. I was just going, like I say, with what I felt was adequate.
And I would like to see it on the fire and EMS side, both, and the holiday pay. That's respectfully my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. I only have one more comment before we get to the motion. And Chief, I just want to recognize and thank you you cleared something up in the town hall the other night, because we were under the misconception, well, we were told differently a while back that we were not, as commissioners, allowed to even speak to the employees at Fire and EMS, and you cleared that up the other night. So I plan on having coffee and sitting at some kitchen tables with those employees soon and having some good dialogue and some good conversation to get that one word you were saying, uncertainty, to get it certain. So I appreciate you for putting that out there and allowing us to stop by and see the folks and talk with them and get their concerns and let them we'll give them our concerns. So thank you for that. And with that, I'll entertain a motion on item 9.6.
I'm asking that you amend that motion to include holiday pay as originally recommended. And I'll be glad to make that motion. I'm also asking that you make that amend that motion to include being able to go back and look at task and HR immediately, to go back and look at all of our county employees and see how we can offer equitable services to those as well, a benefit packet. And then also I'm asking that we can also consider recommendations for the chief to aid him to fill those EMS positions as well.
Did you get that? All right. Mm-hmm. So motion's on the table. And this is for the full 800 and the original amount, right?
I have problems about voting on something for administrators to get 15 days. Mm-hmm. And then the people who are doing the operational work, we're trying
to voting on them to get 15. They already get.
I know they already have that, but but what we are voting on is to allow them to get a reduced packet, and that's not addressing the issue.
I agree.
To me, this policy is woefully wrong. It's very wrong, and it's created big morale issues. We're saying to you, if you're in the administrative role, we're going to give you 15 days. But to those people who are, the men and women who are going to scenes at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, they got to decide if they're going to go to work or they can go stay home with their family. That's the stories I heard this weekend, and it really made me upset. Okay. That an agency will have a policy that rewards the administrator. See, in faculty, where I come from, faculty would have raised Cain over that at colleges and universities. We would have been very upset.
Well, and
when I became a college president, I never forgot about my faculty and other folk. And that's what this policy does tonight. It's rewarding administrators, and it's not rewarding those who are doing frontline work, and it's wrong.
I'm glad you had some visitors this weekend.
Now, I hope you didn't orchestrate. You didn't lead that effort, did you?
I will not comment on that, but I'm glad you had visitors. All right, so is the motion that you're doing the $899,102?
Is that what you need in order to fill these? I need to hear from our chief tonight. I'm trying to help you, Chief.
No, sir, I'm going to turn to my page right now so I can give you my bottom line number. $899,102 will take and accomplish all 5 items of my proposal. And to go back to your concern with the holiday, that is the whole reason the number 1 item on here is holiday pay for my operational staff, is because as soon as I found out that there was discrepancy there, I wanted to change it, and I wanted to make sure we changed it. That's why that's number 1 on here. I wanted to get them those holidays.
I have a whole nother level of respect for you. And only in a few days being in your role, you saw what you just mentioned. Discrepancies in that policy, and you're trying to address that.
Yes, sir.
And shame on us for not really addressing that at the last meeting, so thank you for giving us the opportunity to make it right. I, for one, I'm only 20% of this board, and I want to make that right tonight for you and our employees.
Thank you.
But I want to do it on both sides of the house.
My staff thanks you.
Thank you. And I also want to make sure that we go back with the understanding that interim manager is going to task HR. I thought I saw Miss...
She's here, and we already have that planned.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Plan to go back and look at what we can do for our county employees as well, especially in those areas that's critically critical to fill. You know, this board often talks about all the vacancies we have. We all have vacancies. We have vacancies. But if we're not offering any incentives to attract people to come, we're going to keep having vacancies. I mean, the jail for our sheriff, with detention officer, I'm sure, I used to be an area in this board, when I was on this board prior, we had a problem recruiting people in that area. If we had a sign-on bonus, I'm sure Captain Jones would like that to have offered at that time. We need to look at that all around.
She's clapping.
Well, when the board brings something up to me, I'm going to be methodical. I'm going to read, I'm going to research, and I'm going to interview, and I'm going to talk with folk. And so in doing that tonight, I don't think this is comprehensive. But I don't think it gives you enough weight. So I like your recommendation, number one. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to please revisit your motion, Dr. Tate?
Well, I think my motion was that initially that we go with their first recommendation to provide the equal number of holiday hours for administrative and operational, but also with the understanding that we would provide the chief the incentives on his side to recruit for EMS during this time to fill those positions as well. But also hear his recommendation regarding the $2,000. Is that going to be sufficient enough to recruit someone to come to Pender? And then third, part of my recommendation was to be able to ask our HR staff to go back and see how we can also do incentives for our county-wide employees, all county employees.
Okay, so motion's on the table for the full $899,102 plus the other added items Dr. Tate talked about. Is there a second? I can't second it, or I would. Is there a second? Mr. Groves?
Folks, somebody got to show up at these people's house and answer calls. This board, we want to reward. We want to reward administrators, but not the people that's doing operational work.
Yeah. So, and I, as the chair, under the rules, I cannot second it, or I would, and third it, and fourth it, and fifth it.
Well, who could second it then on this board? Who can second it? Can we waive the rules for you as chair? We waive rules on this board for everything else. Can we waive the rules as chair tonight for you to be able to second a motion?
Mr. Attorney.
That's a county rule. That's not a Robert Rules order. That's not a law. It's a county rule. We make our own rules here on this board. We waive a rule every other meeting I come to. Can we not waive the rule? Is there a law? There's not a general stat. This board makes our own policy for rules and how the chair can vote or second a motion. That's this board's rule.
Yes, sir.
We can waive that rule.
Well, I can make that motion. I'll make a motion to waive that rule.
All right, so for lack of a second on the first motion, that will die, correct?
Yes.
All right, now.
Make a motion to waive the rule to allow the chair to vote.
Second.
To second a motion.
All right.
Or make a motion.
Motion is on the table and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. I want this motion to pass.
All right, it's
whatever it takes.
3-2, correct?
I made the motion.
Okay, 4, okay.
No.
All right. So now, your motion, Dr. Tate.
My motion, as previously stated, is that we provide the complete benefit packet for our firefighters to have equitable holiday hours as our administrative staff in the fire division and EMS division at 15, and then for across the board for Pender EMS employees, as well as we have, the second part of that is that we provide the same level of incentives for our EMS workers to fill those critical positions, for our chief to recruit and hire the talent he needs there. And also a condition is to give the chief the authorization up to $5,000 under his review with the manager to see is that going to be a high enough salary recruitment package to offer rather than the $2,000. And then to also ask as part of that motion, the third contingent piece of that motion would be is that once a person stay with us for 24 months or more, they be entitled for the same benefit to stay at Pender County, because I don't want to just reward those persons who are coming on. I think we need to do something about retention and keep those who staying with us through all of this stuff. And then third, we have tasked administration to staff tonight to go back and look at all of our county employees and see what type of additional incentive we can provide them contingent upon this. Those are my three conditions upon that motion, Mr. Chairman, I submit into you.
Okay. Did you get that, Madam Manager? Yeah. All right. So with that, as we waive the rules, I will wholeheartedly second that motion. Now, the motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor of signify by saying aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Is that two or? Just two? He can't?
I recused, he abstained,
All right.
abstained as a affirmative.
All right, those in opposed?
No, an abstention is an affirmative.
Did you record any opposes?
Abstention is a for.
Yes.
An abstain is a vote for. So it's 3-1.
My understanding
Right.
was Commissioner George was recusing
He
himself.
is. Commissioner Springer abstained. So that's a vote in the affirmative, correct?
No, because he's recusing himself because he can't legally vote on it because he serves on the board.
No, he said abstain.
If someone just doesn't vote or abstains, yes, but he's not, it would be a recusal in his circumstance, sorry, because he's not, again, under.
Okay, here we go. Thank God, political science here. Come on. Let me ask this question. Mr. Chairman, would you entertain a motion for Mr. Springer to temporarily resign from the Penn EMS board now, and for he can vote on this motion, and then we reappoint him after this motion?
Yeah, I would entertain that.
Mr. Springer, will you be willing to resign off the board just temporarily for a moment so we can carry this vote? I know, but we're going to vote back, put you back on in just a moment. We need you to vote. We'll put you right back on this board in just a moment. I got to give him what he needs. Did it pass?
No. No.
I thought there were 2 votes in favor.
Yeah, so 2-1 passes, it's not 3?
Yes, sir. Because
Okay.
it's a majority of the board members that can vote.
So it's passed?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you.
Well, that takes care of it.
Thank you.
So, and just,
Okay. Just to be clear, with Commissioner Springer being.
Can you let the
unable
record
to vote-
reflect who voted? I don't have the votes. I need the record reflect.
so.
Mr. Chair,
For the
thank you.
folks,
Calm down, we got it.
for the folks, Dr. Tate and I voted in the affirmative.
Let's don't go there.
Commissioner George had to recuse himself, as well as Commissioner Springer and Commissioner Groves voted in the negative, correct? Okay.
Who voted for the negative? I didn't get that.
Yeah, you did. Just for the
Thank you,
record, though,
sir.
Chief, thank you for your work. And for those in the back of the room that work EMS and fire, that word is going to go away, that you're worried is going to go away. We're going to continue to support you, okay?
If you
Yes,
think
sir.
that was a job to get out the pass, try serving up here.
Yeah. And Captain, that light at the end of the tunnel just got a little brighter for you.
Keep doing better.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you again.
Thank you. I'm going to take a 5-minute recess. recess. I needed to stretch my legs just a moment. That takes us to item 11, appointments. Ms. Blue, 11.1, appointment of a permanent clerk to the board.
Yes, so Miss Tracy Shoulders has been serving as our interim clerk to the board for the last several months, and she's done a wonderful job, and we really appreciate her very much. And we would like to put before the board tonight to appoint her as the permanent clerk to the board.
All right.
I'll make that motion.
Motion's on the table for item 11.1. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your hand. Aye. Welcome, Ms. Shoulders.
Thank you.
11.2, Mr. White.
Actually, I told him I would do it for him.
Oh, okay. Very good. Madam Clerk.
The Parks Foundation of Pender County currently has 8 openings.
Wow.
Originally, we had 3 applicants, but one has since requested to remove herself. So we have Paul Lohman. He has applied to be on Parks Foundation of Pender County. He has been a resident of Pender County for 6 years and is currently employed with Caldwell Banker Seacoast Advantage as a real estate broker. Lohman feels his 23 years of military service and 5 years of volunteerism in the community make him an ideal candidate for the board. The second one is Dylan McSteen. He has lived in the county for 5 years and is employed with CBC as an audit senior manager. McSteen is currently a member of F3 Cape Fear, Risk Management Association Coastal Carolinas Chapter, and Fiduciary and Investment Risk Management Association. He feels that through his leadership roles in professional associations and his career, that he has developed organization, collaborative, and leadership skills that would allow him to be an effective member. The consideration is that the move request is to consider the applicants.
Those 2 applicants for the 8 openings. Okay, is there a motion on the table for those 2 applicants?
I'll make that motion.
Motion is on the table and a second. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your hand. Aye. Please notify those 2. And also, before we leave appointments, before I forget, please put it on your calendar to advertise for the District 2 position for the EMS and Fire Board. And get with Miss Brandy and let her advertise that in the social media realm. All right, item 12, anything in the water and sewer district for Maple Hill, Mr. Cologne?
No, sir, but I will need you to open.
All right.
Rocky Point.
So item 13, we're now sitting as the Rocky Point Water and Sewer District with item 13.1, Mr. Cologne.
So good evening, Chairman and Board of Commissioners. Anthony Colon, Executive Director for Pender Water and Sewer. And tonight, I'm asking you to authorize Pender Water and Sewer to authorize CDM Smith to complete a water line design to provide water to some of the residents that have paid already for water in McCrary Road. CDM Smith owes 5,000 feet of water line design anywhere in the county, and I think there will be a great opportunity to access these citizens that have already paid for water and they'll be asking for it. This will be the first step moving toward bringing a water line to the area. Originally, we were planning on putting an extension water line through the entire McCrary Road, but that will pick 2 customers, and then we found out that McCrary Road has a lot of wetland spots. So the next option that we took was going from Highway 117, which we already have a board underneath the road, coming through Ashton Road, where there's already 20 new homes that they're in private wells, and that will give them the opportunity to tie it into the water system, go to McCrary Road, enter McCrary Road, and go up to where all the citizens need water. So what I'm asking you tonight is to please allow me to let CDM Smith to go forward and design these water lines.
All right, any questions?
Would this would allow Harold's to be able to bring us down?
That's in more.
No, sir, this is a whole total different project.
Go ahead.
What they will allow is to bring water to those citizens that are in McCrary Road,
Gotcha.
and also allow for people in Ashton Road, which is about
Ashton,
30
okay.
customers in there that can come on board.
Okay.
Sorry.
And it's at no cost that this was part of a grant that we already obtained years ago, and this part of the project is left out, so this is come at no cost.
Any other questions, Mr. Cologne? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Motion to approve, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raise your hand. Aye. All right, sir.
Okay, I need you to close the Rocky Point District
All right.
and open the Morse Creek District.
Rocky Point is closed, and Morris Creek, item 15, Water and Sewer District is now open.
So a few years ago, we have citizens from the Columbia Union District coming over and requesting potable water service, that means including bringing a water line. When we look at the landscape, the best option was to bring water from Sampson County, which is the town of Harrell, to allow us to bring water into the line all the way up to Highway 11, which we will call that the first phase. And then for the second phase was from 421 and complete Highway 11 so that then we can serve the water to the citizens. We have several public hearings, and we went out looking for money. The first round didn't work out, but recently I spoke with John Johnson, representative from Mr. Jackson, and we lobbied for $10 million, so that is earmarked, and we're waiting for the session of the spring to see if we can get that money so that we can bring in. Right now, it's about $1 million per mile, and we're looking at a 4.5 mile to get from Harrell's all the way to Highway 11, and we're picking up about 45 customers, if not more. But we have paperwork of people that's already committed to come in. So what I'm asking you tonight is to approve a contract amendment with Highfield Engineer. And tonight I got with me Mr. Saeed Sultani, who is the Senior Project Manager for Highfield Engineer. Highfield is doing right now an interconnection on Highway 421 in between Pender County and New Hanover County. And what I'm asking is let's do an amendment to this contract for engineering design of that water line. That will consist of doing the survey, the engineering design of the interconnection with meter, the entire water line, including valves, fire hydrants, blow off, and then the permitting. The permitting, which is the part that takes quite long because we depend on the state to process the paperwork. Once we get that permit, we have that permit for 3 years. So as soon as we get the funding that we're asking from the legislation, and now that we have this design, we can go ahead and move forward and go to bidding for installation of the water line. So please, I ask tonight, gentlemen, to approve a contract amendment with Highfield Engineer for the design of the water line extension from Harrell's interconnection to North Carolina Highway 11.
What are the wishes of the council?
Mr. Chair, I guess a question about this.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Blue, is it permissible to use general fund amounts for this project in lieu of, is it legal to use general fund amounts until legislature appropriates the money for this project?
Not general fund money, but we can use utilities or Pender Water and Sewer funding to do that.
Like reserve, I believe he's talking about the reserve money.
Yes,
Okay.
but we cannot use general fund money to answer that question
I
specifically.
just want to make sure, in case legislature doesn't appropriate the money, we have a backup plan. I would like to see this project go forward.
Sure.
Please stay highly engaged with our lobbyists to stay on Senator Jackson's office and Representative Smith's office.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Colon, I appreciate the work you do. However, how are these pumps getting powered?
Excuse me, sir, I can't hear you.
How are these pumps getting powered?
So they're not pumps, all right? So what happened is we're doing an interconnection with the town of Harrell's, all right? So initially, with the interconnection of Harrell's will be providing water to Pender County, all right? As we build those water lines up to Highway 11, then we connect with Highway 11. Harrell's now become an emergency interconnection, and we'll get water from the water treatment plant. So the water treatment plant will be providing water to this area.
is that by gravity, or is it, how is it?
That's
fed?
going to be, yes, that's going to be gravity coming from the malpass elevated tank.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it says in the contract, number 2, task 42, no electrical design or pumping is included in the scope of design. Is there a reason behind that?
So what this referred to is we have an emergency interconnection, all right? And sometimes when you have an emergency interconnection, and what that allows is in the case that the town of Harrows have an emergency and we have to provide them water and they need a high amount of water, the interconnection will have connections where we can put a pump in there, which could be a 6-inch movable pump, and we can provide them more water if they need so. But that's only in the event of an emergency.
Well, let's forward think a little bit. What if that emergency does happen?
Mm-hmm.
Are we capable of still supplying the water,
Yes, sir.
even with this scope of work right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The engineers have already put that on the model, and they have to look at all the scenarios.
The next question I got is, how long is it going to take to prepare the project manual?
So in order to get this, I believe it's 6 to 8 months.
With permitting would be 13 months.
So permitting would be 13 months.
To
So-
get a project manual?
Yes, sir.
13 months total or 13 months additional to?
13 month
actually
total.
Okay.
Yeah. So if we go ahead and move forward, by this time next year, we should be able to go ahead and proceed with bidding and installation.
And when is this review meeting going to take place? Have you got a date set for that, Mr. Cologne?
No, sir.
Okay, when is that going to be set?
It all depends on your decision tonight. If you say, yes, let's do this, then the engineer will come up with a scope of work, and that will give us the timeline.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Mr. Chair. I'll make a motion to approve.
I want to second that, but let me say this. I want to thank Mr. Cologne and his staff because the people, Ms. Highsmith in the audience tonight, we attended a meeting over a year ago when they were asking for water. Cheryl and all of those folks here, been doing them a long time, and they really wanted water a long time there. And you are the first director I know have been steadfast in making sure this happened for them. This is the first step. I know it'll take about 6 months through the approval process and all of that to get back, but my colleagues that vote with me tonight in this, I want to thank them as well, because it's this board is moving it from lip service to actually implementation. And I hope you all remember that, because it's not us just saying we're doing something to help you get water, we're doing something to help you get water, but never an agenda item here. You see one tonight. So help us for helping restore trust in people, that the records can reflect that we're not just talking about it, but we're doing something about it this evening.
Absolutely.
Look, I got a couple more questions, Mr. Chair, if I can.
Okay.
Dr. Taylor, were you done?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Cologne, is sewer going to be run with this water?
No, sir.
Is there a reason for that?
Yes, sir. Sewer lines right now are far away from this area. We're looking at probably 23 to 25 miles away. So we are not yet dealing with the sewer. All these homes are right now in septic tank. But all this can change as we move forward, because another project that we got going on is a regionalization with the town of Atkinson for sewer in there. And Atkinson is working with that. And that could bring then sewer closer to this area, and then in the future we can go from there. But as of right now, the answer is no, sir.
Okay, so this one's kind of off topic, but on topic, if you will. Let's talk about the tap fees here for just a second, if we can. Is there any way possible that we can set up a payment plan for customers that want to tap on? Now, I've heard from citizens all the way to staff saying that 6 months is still a little steep to the average of $600-something a month. Now we're coming up on Christmas and we're coming up on tax season shortly thereafter. Can we prolong that into a 12 or 24 month program? I think we would be more beneficial, considering we're waiting until the third hour, in my opinion, to put this out to the people. I would like to have seen it, 2 months ago, start getting online so people could prepare and saving that much money. I think $2,500 is, to some people, is a lot of money. And I would ask that the board, or you, whoever it needs to go to consider making this into a 12-month plan if you can do this.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So on our last meeting, the board brought to my attention some points that I have taken in consideration. Number one, next month, we're looking at extending this program that we got going on for another month, which will be extending it up to the end of January. And then it was brought to my attention that in the past, the utility put on first place a financing process with the social services, and that, for what I understand, the citizens have mentioned that it's a little bit kind of demoting having to go there. So I have contacted our neighbor utilities, and I wanted to see what they were doing. And they do have internal financing. So I'm looking into do internal financing in-house rather than having the citizens go into social services, that they can do financing directly with us. There are some legalities that we have to do because there will be a contract agreement and everything that the individual has to fill out. I don't have all the details, and I'm still waiting for 2 utilities to call me back and tell me. But you're absolutely right. We're looking into it, and it is a goal of mine to eventually do away with the program that we have and go to a financing program that can make this accessible, especially for most people that are in low income, and making that low enough that they can afford their regular bill as well as paying for the tap. Yes, sir.
I think that's a better idea than mine, if we can get that implemented.
Yeah, and to say, this program that is going on right now, it seems to be successful. People is coming in. The bulk of the people, they coming in and get an application, they take it home, they're thinking about it, and they're filling out all that. But I'm assuming, not assuming, I'm expecting that sometime around December, I'm going to get a plethora also of applications coming in. So this was a dry run. It's the first time that this has been done, and we're learning from it, and we're open to ideas going forward.
How many applications do you have? Just
Right now, I'm up to 12.
12 applications.
Yes,
and how
sir.
long have you been
Now,
running?
12, I got 12 that are active right now, that we're about to put meters in. They have already paid and everything. But I have about 22 that have gone out, and we haven't get back yet.
12 on top of the 22?
But 12 on top of the 22, yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr.
And
Cologne?
how long has this been running? This
A couple of weeks. I
Okay.
think we're on the 3rd week now. 13 days? Thank you, sir. 13 days.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. Mr. Cologne, I would ask you to also, just for statistic purposes, keep up with how many you have versus how many we're going to have once you get your new program implemented. I would like to see the variation or the difference.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I don't have any questions, Mr. Cologne, but just a comment. Thank you to you and Mr. Terry and Mr. Proctor and your whole team for working on this. It's been very important for the folks in Pender Lee up that way. I attended, I think, with Dr. Tata Town Hall about a year ago with you. And to Ms. Highsmith and them in the audience, please pass on to your neighbors that we're working diligently to speed that process up to get you some good water and get rid of that rusty stuff you got. So
I
that's
need
just
an
my
approval.
comment. And there is a motion and a second on the table. So,
Mr. Chair, I have one statement from Mr. Colon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've been on this board 3 years, and this is another step for all to have water.
Absolutely.
And we got a long way to go. And number 2, the time's going to run out for the special for these people. Is there any way we could help them with their tap? The
Yes,
ones
sir.
that are coming on later, we could do another special so that we could help Ms. Highsmith and those people.
Yes, sir.
maybe.
For this group that is going to be getting this water line, yes, sir. There's going to be a special for them as well.
yeah. I think they've paid. They've been paying for 20 years. I think they've paid their fair share. So, with that, there's a motion and a second on the table, and I'll, all those in favor signify by saying aye and raise your hand. Aye. It's unanimous.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. All right. Get to work now.
All right, we'll close the Morris Creek Water and Sewer District. Anything for Central Pender, Mr. Klein? Okay.
No, I'm good with the district, sir.
All right. Number 17, Ms. Mosier, anything for Board of Health? I think she checked out, didn't she? Okay. So I take it nothing for the Board of Health. Social Service Board. Sir, thank you, sir. All right. Mr. Attorney.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Have a few items for closed session under item 3, attorney-client privilege, including Coastal Pines Solar and Eastern District Federal Court, and economic development, item 4.
Okay, I would just ask to, let's put closed session on at the end of the session tonight, because I think we got some folks that are waiting for some rezoning public hearings.
Yes.
Is that okay with the board? We do that? All right. Ms. Blue.
Yes, I just had a couple of notes. One, we had our first noise ordinance committee meeting a couple of weeks ago, and the next noise ordinance committee meeting is 10/29 at 6 p.m. in the boardroom.
Very good.
In Burgaw. Also, we're looking at doing a joint Board of Commissioners, Board of Education meeting at the 11/3 meeting at 8 p.m. We're still waiting on confirmation, but that's been the proposed date at this point.
Okay. Madam Clerk.
No, sir.
All right. Commissioner Groves.
Yes, sir. I want to get back on the water a minute. I want to thank Anthony again for the water. And I get a lot of complaints also about the yellow water, so I know that they're looking at that. Maybe we can get some better water to these customers that keep hollering about the yellow water. Talking about the drainage, I've been getting a lot of calls about drainage. The state will not go on private land and dig out a ditch. Trust me, I'm on that board and I work and work and work, and they will not do it. Stoplights coming for 117 and Ashton Crossroads, that the foundation has been put down for that stoplight. And with the Ace Hardware coming to New Road, we need a stoplight there. So that's my next challenge, is to get one up there at the New Road. I've had a lot of calls this week about the revamp. And people worried, especially on this side on fixed income. I understand it. I'm on fixed income myself. I don't understand why our growth shouldn't cover any tax increase. If we spend our money wisely, the growth that we're having, we should not have to have a tax increase. We should be revenue neutral. And the package for the EMS, I come here tonight to approve that first package that we didn't approve in the beginning. I was ready to approve that package, and that's what everyone agreed on. So I certainly didn't try to take anything from anyone. We came prepared to approve that package, and that one didn't happen, so here we are. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner George.
I'll be really brief. So the Hampstead Kiwanis Park was, the people that spoke to that tonight, I agree with 100% of what they said. I'm sure y'all all looked through your packet we got from the insurance adjuster or whatever, risk adjuster, and he had good pictures of the damage and the concerns there. I walked over there this weekend and looked at it, and here in the near future, we need to consider closing it down until we can get it fixed. If we're not, or we need to go ahead and make the move and replace that playground. The people that spoke to the Piver property, there was not a word spoke tonight that I didn't agree with by those residents. I'm concerned too about the entrance to that place. I sat in the waterway and watched the peninsula at Surf City burn down because of a one entrance neighborhood where they couldn't get past the fire, and it went from house to house. And that's the same situation you got there. It's bordered by the Intercoastal Waterway and creek on one end and one way in there. I want to apologize to the people in District 5 for not attending. I thank Dr. Tate for stepping up and being there. I had a dental procedure, and I could not talk even if I did go that night, but I do appreciate him taking the brunt of that storm. I hope we can work to find a way to move the planning board meeting for this project to Hampstead. And I would like for us to consider, it's happened a couple of times in the last year where the county government has needed to use this building and it's been booked. So if we could start making arrangements to block certain dates where, those, especially the planning board, because they do meet, a majority of the projects are over here. And when they have a project here, and this, they like to meet here, and when they have one in Burgaw, in Rocky Point, they usually meet in Burgaw or Rocky Point. I got a email from the residents of Pelican Reef today. They had a response from Senator Brent Jackson concerning their stoplight that we've been working on now for 3 years. It's unfortunate that he has support on his side in the Senate, but the House of Representatives side of Raleigh has not supported that funding for that stoplight. So he is still pushing for that. He's encouraged people to contact Representative Smith and see if he can solicit support in the House of Representatives for the stoplight at Slough Point Road and Highway 17. And Mr. Chair, that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Vice Chair Springer.
Ms. Blue, I would ask, when is the planning board vacancy going to be filled, since it's been open for quite some time?
When is the planning board
Yeah,
vacancy going to be filled?
Yeah, when are we going to appoint someone?
We've gotten several applicants in, but in speaking with Mr. Brantley, he wanted to try to get somebody from the western side to be on that board. So that's what he's kind of looking at right now.
Okay.
So when are we going to make that appointment? You want to make it now? Can we make it now? Or have you got the applications pulled up? I mean, how long is it going to be open for? Evidently, it's been, is Mr. Brantley still here?
Mm-hmm.
How long are you going to leave this open for, sir?
Till it's filled, I would imagine.
So within the past week, I just started seeing applications coming in.
And where are they coming from?
The majority of them have been Hampstead. There's been one in the Burgaw area.
Are they coming from the county manager's office?
They're coming from the clerk. But yes, the county manager's office.
Okay, so when are we planning on putting that on the agenda?
Whenever the board would like. We could do that for the first meeting in November if that's something that would be all right with the clerk and the county manager's office.
Yeah, that sounds good.
How many openings is on the planning board?
Just one.
Just one?
One right now, we're losing 4 January 31st.
Okay.
How many do you have currently serving from the west?
On the west side of the county?
I'm talking about Atkinson, Curry, Willett, Waffas,
Not enough.
Penderley.
I can't really think of anyone west of Burgaw.
The west have no representation on the planning board?
It's a majority of the majority of the members are in Hampstead. We lost Ken Teachy. He was in Penderley, great representative of that side of the county, but he resigned, over a year ago. So we've been hoping for some candidates from the western side of the county.
So you have 4 vacancies coming up.
I imagine most of them are going to want to reapply. But
Okay.
yes, there's 4 vacancies that are coming up.
So I would ask how many term limits they've served first. And I don't know what that looks like, but I'm for term limits.
Right.
And I would ask that to be advertised too, if Ms. Cobb can hear me, so that we're not waiting until the 11th hour again to get these appointed or filled.
Yeah, tomorrow I can start with reaching out to those members who wish to reapply to continue serving.
Okay.
I know there may be one that's wishing to kind of let his term expire. And so we can make sure that it's a pretty seamless process and we have a full board. There's a good continuity there.
Okay.
That's the plan.
All right, I don't have anything else, Mr. Chair.
All right, Dr. Tate.
Mr. Chairman, I want to say thanks to the board tonight for looking out for the folks in Willard tonight with our water. That's something very, very important to me. And to the folks of our district, I do want to say thank you. 5 months been back on this board. That's been a real concern. And hearing you even earlier this week express that concern, it means a lot to have you and the board support on that. I also want to thank DOT. We started meetings with them, I think, 2 weeks ago, and I've received phantom amount of requests from east to west. I gave them names and addresses from folks in Belvedere all the way back to Willard, Waffa, and all of those places who have had drainage issues. And DOT and I went out on last Friday. I think it was Ms. Highsmith. We showed up at your house early that morning. We made it down that way as well. This week they have started work on a lot of the areas, and they've been real responsive in working with me and working as your advocate to them on that. And it started out rocky with DOT. They were a little bit resistant, but they came on around with our persistence. And so I'm really thankful for that. And I think I've heard from everybody mostly that wanted a lot of those issues addressed with them. Second, tonight, I want to ask you, Ms. Blue, if you could make sure that Jamie Crest she's a realtor in the county. She had a lot of concerns. She's in my district about the noise ordinance issue. If you can surely make sure that she's notified of her acceptance on the noise ordinance committee. And then tonight, finally, I want to say, you know, there is I don't know if I'm sure all of y'all saw the article that came out about the governors and the rural development grants and so forth. I really want to make sure that we're applying for that and staff is applying for those so we can make sure that we're being very competitive and we're at the source. I did call Mr. Cologne today to make sure that I'm contacting the right agency to be in front of lobbying for water, not lobbying, but advocating for water. I don't have a lobbying license. So I want to make sure, and I'm not accused of that before the Board of Ethics tomorrow, but to make sure that that we're advocating for water. So thank you, Mr. Cologne, for getting me that information. I'm sure he's going to get it to me tomorrow, as he's always expeditiously. And then I did reach out to our lobbyist firm, Chase, and to David today to get a time schedule for us to go up and meet with them in regards to this water issue. He was in his Senate meetings at that time, and I'm sure he'll contact me later on tonight in regards to that. Chase and I work very closely together on a lot of different issues. So things are progressing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tate. I only have just a couple of items. The Kiwanis Park, the young lady that spoke about that, I do agree with her, and I think we spoke about this before, and I'd like to see Mr. White put something together for us, and either a full redo of the playground there, or let's fix what needs to be fixed, and we don't want any of our children hurt on any of that, and that's where a lot of the younger kids navigate to when they go to that park, is the swing sets and stuff like that. So please put that as a priority, and if you can find, if we're saving on any other park projects, let's dump a little money over there to help that, if you will. The town halls, there was some discussion about the town halls, and I think the town halls went overly well. I was able to attend 3 of those out of the 5. I did watch the 2 that I was unable to attend. It's not for the fact that I didn't want to attend them, but things happen. We all have families up here too. But I was able to watch those as they were memorialized. And to my good fortune, the 2 that I missed, no topics were discussed that weren't discussed in the 3 that I attended. So that was good. I did appreciate Chief Gideons from the Penderlee Town Hall speaking at the end of that town hall. And I think she spoke from the heart, and I think she was spot on in her comments. And I would just recommend anybody who did not hear her speak to go to YouTube and watch it. So, and to the men and women of fire and EMS, I hope tonight shows you that we are more committed than we've ever been to seeing this thing through. It's a glass half full, not half empty. And the uncertainty, we're going to take the UN off of it, and it's going to be more certain as time grows near. And I think at the end of the day, when it's all done, I keep saying this, and I know it's going to happen, everybody's going to be happier for it, and our citizens are going to be better well served for it. So with that, I will move to item 21 for the public hearings and item 21.1. Mr. Dixon. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Have a good night, ma'am.
Normally, I come to you asking to name a road. Today, we're going to try to do the exact opposite of this. So this is, do we have slides? I guess not. Okay, that's okay. Mr. Daniel Furr, he's the owner of a private access easement and the 3 lots which have the legal deeded access to this easement, and he has petitioned the county to remove the road name. A little background. Of course, the Pender County UDO states that a county shall not rename a road or reassign street numbers on a road until it has held a public hearing on the matter. So this item is regarding a private road named Capps Road, which is off Scotts Hill Loop Road in Commissioner District 2, Wilmington, NC 28411. Same citizen owns the access easement and all 3 lots. And he has petitioned the county to decommission the road name to deter motorists from entering private property. There are 3 homes located on the road itself, which, if approved, would have their addresses changed to Scotts Hill Loop Road addresses. And the Board of County Commissioners is asked to consider the following. So to decommission the private road, Capps Road. This will remove the road name, change the addresses of the homes on the road, but it will cause no changes to the private access easement as is deeded. Notices were run in the Star News and have been placed at the county courthouse and the Magnolia Grove Post Office, and a public hearing sign has been posted at the entrance affected. So at this time, I will happy to answer any questions, but it is the request to approve the action to decommission Capps Road.
So is it going to affect fire, EMS, and law enforcement response by just getting Scotts Hill Loop Road address? That's
no.
One of those homes is down on the water, isn't it?
It is. So they'll be given the new addresses on Scotts Hill Loop Road. Pender EMS, Pender Sheriff will be told about that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Told what the new addresses are, as long as other stakeholders like the post office.
I mean, I'm not opposed to doing what his request is, but I'm just trying to think why he's saying that it's getting public traffic down the road.
Yeah, from what
so is he going to put a gate up when he takes the name away? Because
no, that was actually
still going to ride down there.
Sorry to interrupt. That was actually a solution that I said, like, maybe you want to put a gate there, and he said no, a gate was out of the question. That he just wanted to get rid of the road name. So
his thought is, you take the road name away, nobody won't drive down there. I mean, that's. Am I thinking right?
I believe that's his thought too. Yes, sir.
How much is this going to cost, sir?
That costs the county nothing, actually. I went to check out the location the other day, and the road sign is already missing, so we don't have to pay an employee to come and remove that. So yeah, it's just a matter of changing our GIS and sending an email out to all the stakeholders.
And the one individual owns all the property?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
All right. I don't have a problem with that. What are the wishes of the board?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second on the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your hand. Aye.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, 21.2. Ms. Waters. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I am here to present on rezone 2025-88. The applicant is requesting approval of a conditional use zoning map amendment to expand the current general business conditional zoning District 1 to the adjacent parcels zoned residential performance. The purpose of the rezoning request is to expand the existing dry stack boat storage facility, as well as to allow for an office, retail space, boat sales, and boat service. The site is located at the end of Lewis Road along the intercoastal, and the site is surrounded by residential development and the state boat ramp.
From the aerial view taken in 2024, we can see an existing dry stack structure and the site's location again along the intercoastal. The state boat ramp is located near the bottom of the picture by the scale bar. I would like to provide a brief overview of what has occurred on the site over the past few months. So prior to the August 5th Planning Board meeting, staff received complaints about new dry stack structures being placed on the property. Following this, we conducted a site visit and confirmed that there were unpermitted structures on site. Since late August, the boats on the upper level of the unpermitted structures have been removed. This slide shows the site plan for the current proposal. The applicant is proposing to increase the number of dry stack spaces and parking spaces, provide designated trailer parking, and maintain the ship's store. This may be familiar to some of you. There was a proposal in 2023 that had been denied, and changes have been made since this denied 2023 proposal. There's been a reduction in the number of dry stack spaces from 356 new spaces in 2023 to 223 new spaces in the proposal today. There's also been an increase in parking spaces. The 2023 proposal had 73 new spaces proposed. This proposal today has 89 new spaces. Additionally, the restaurant use has been removed to maintain the ship's store. And finally, the proposed northern dry stack will be 3 levels instead of 4. The proposed uses of this proposal are a marina, office, boat sales, and retail, and the dimensional standards are outlined in the table on the bottom. Buffers will be provided and located along Lewis Road, the existing boatyard, the intercoastal, and Moore's Landing community. These buffers will vary in intensity depending on the adjacent land uses. Based on the trip generation projections, a traffic impact analysis is not required. And there are environmental considerations for the site. The property contains special flood hazard areas, and portions of the subject property contain wetlands and areas of environmental concern. The site also currently uses a private well and septic, which may require expansion with this proposal. Zoning in the surrounding area is mainly residential performance, apart from the CZ11 district to the north. Surrounding uses include a boatyard, the state boat ramp, and residences. The site is split by 2 categories on the future land use map. Commercial waterfront supports water-based recreational and retail uses, and although commercial uses are discouraged in the coastal residential category, recreational uses are encouraged. I want to take a moment to zoom out and talk a little bit more generally about the benefits that marinas can have on a community. So first, touching on the economic value they can provide, they support local boating, hospitality, and retail businesses. They can provide local tax revenue, create jobs, attract tourists and visitors to the area, and proximity to a marina can increase your property values, particularly if you don't have that direct waterfront intercoastal access where you can put a dock in. They also provide recreational and social benefits. They encourage recreational boating. They provide safe and convenient access to water. They promote the coastal heritage of communities and community identity. And they can create community gathering spaces. To kind of narrow down a little bit further and talk about dry stack boat storage, they can have certain environmental outcomes. This isn't to say that they will have no environmental impact compared to those wet marinas where you're storing the boats in the water, but they reduce the need for extensive shoreline alteration, which can provide some protection to sensitive coastal and estuarine habitats. They also are an efficient use of limited waterfront land. By storing the boats vertically rather than spreading them out across a large area, you can store more boats on a smaller footprint. So based on staff's evaluation, this proposal is consistent with the commercial waterfront and coastal residential future land use categories. and is generally consistent with the existing uses, which include the dry stack and boatyard and the coastal neighborhood character of the existing area. The proposal is also supported by 2 goals, 1 objective, and 5 policies in the future land use plan. All but one of the conditions for the existing GBCD1 are proposed to be removed. And the proposed conditions for this request focus on pedestrian access, parking being retained on site, the designation of boat trailer parking, and lighting. Additional conditions pertain to signage for safety and the availability of trash receptacles for users of the marina or the dry stack storage. At their September 3rd meeting, the Planning Board added an additional condition of approval in response to community feedback. It reads, the applicant shall install at the applicant's expense 2 digital speed radar signs within the state right-of-way in both directions on Lewis Road as deemed acceptable by North Carolina Department of Transportation and Pender County and be maintained by the applicant. In addition to adding the condition, the Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval of the rezoning request. And at this time, this concludes staff's presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Any questions for staff?
Why did restaurant get voted down previously?
I am not entirely sure. I was not.
Well, you spoke on as bringing jobs, as bringing revenue to the county, and then you come across and say, is this part of the owner that the owner didn't want it, or the board? You said the board voted it down. Do you
I was
happen to know
not.
why?
I was not an employee of Pender
Okay.
County in 2023, so I'm not.
Ms.
Don't
County
have
Manager, would you know why?
firsthand.
I could speak to that.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Brown.
So the restaurant component was always something staff supported, but the applicant this is their 3rd attempt at getting this project approved, and they felt that their chances would be improved by removing that point because there would be concern from the neighbors about that additional traffic. And so they're doing their best to get what they're presenting approved.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is the applicant here? Do they wish to speak?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Come on up, gentlemen.
Thank you, and good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Matt Nichols. I'm an attorney in Wilmington, and I'm here tonight representing the applicant. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and to make what we hope will be a brief presentation. With me here this evening are Brad Schuler, who's a land planner, and Tim Clinkscales, who's a civil engineer with Paramount Engineering. And Greg Finch, who's our environmental scientist, is here too to help answer questions, and Brian and Linda Thurston, who are the managing and operating managers of the marina. I would note that my client, Jason Rug, and his wife really wanted to be here this evening. They're at home with their new baby who was born 2 days ago. So understandably, we appreciate the board's consideration of that. So, but Mr. Chairman, if I may, I have some slides that I think will help explain the request, and then certainly glad to try to answer any questions the board has.
Sure.
Thank you. I know that the commissioners know the area well. This is Lewis Road. It is one of the few commercial areas on the waterfront in all of Pender County. And it's been commercial for many years. It's also one of the very few public access points to the water in Pender County, and it's the only state public boat ramp on all of mainland Pender County. The property that is before the commissioners this evening is shown here, approximately outlined in yellow, and this is roughly 6.8 acres. It's an existing boatyard and marina. As Ms. Waters pointed out, the commissioners approved in 2017 224 dry boat slips and a retail ship store on what was really 2.2 acres of what's shown here. So that's, as you can see in the slide with the red crosshatched area, was the part of the 2017 rezoning. And as you're considering this evening, I would note that we're essentially tripling the size of the conditional rezoning area, while we are asking for essentially doubling the number of dry stack slips. We're asking that to be done over an area that's roughly 3 times as large as the original CD area. And we're also providing about 3 times, a little bit more than 3 times the parking that was required in 2017. So by expanding the area, it's going to really just allow us more space and sort of breathing room to make the site function better and more efficiently, and we hope to explain that as we go through the presentation. And we're expanding that onto area that's already used commercially. This is sort of a legal, non-conforming boatyard that's been there for a many number of years. So the property that's to the immediate west of this is the Kaysen Boatyards, and then to the, well, quickly on this, I know the commissioners will recall this from earlier this year where the board approved the commercial conditional zoning on roughly, I think it was 11.35 acres, which was essentially that area was in the residential performance zone and also in the coastal residential place type. The state boat ramp is shown here with the orange dot with the parking area, and then the ramp itself is shown here. Let's see. So just a few other sort of vantage points to look at the marina, and I'll maybe point out a few features that I think are worth noting. If you look to the really to the right side of the screen here, which is the north of the property, you'll see that there's sort of a water area there that provides a nice separation from the residents to the north. There's also, you can see there's existing fairly extensive vegetation there from the existing marina to the residences to the north. And so there's already that established vegetative buffer. I would note that since we were here, and I'll point out I was not involved in this in 2023 when it was before the board before, but since this matter was before the board, there have been some reconfiguration of the docks and basin on the north side, and that was in direct response to Mr. Melton's concerns, who is the property owner to the immediate north. So we've reconfigured that, and I think it's going to operate more efficiently, so I think that's beneficial. And Mr. Finch is here, who handled the CAMA permitting, and I would note that we have obtained all the CAMA permits that are necessary for all of the water-dependent structures, and that was not the case in 2023. So I think that's another significant change. Just looking toward the north here, you can see the docks, although commercial in nature, are not that different than the docks you see as you go up the waterway in terms of size, the floating docks and piers. I'm just flipping through to show you just another viewpoint of that. And you can see the expansive waterway here. It's in the proximity to the Intercoastal Waterway. And really, when we talk about, we'll probably talk this evening about, parking and traffic impacts and things like that. But as you can see from that photo, the sort of the demand of folks wanting to get to the water, it's not going to go away. I think we all can probably acknowledge that's a big attraction for so many people, a big part of people living here, wanting to live here, businesses relocating here. The waterway is obviously one of the big draws to the entire area, and you can see from here how expansive and really quite beautiful it is. But you'll see too from this photo that as you look at Lewis Road, the end of Lewis Road is essentially commercial in nature. So this aerial photograph shows the sort of proximity of Lewis Road, and you can see from this that the northern half of Lewis Road, we put the yellow star on the marina. At least half of the northern part of Lewis Road is commercial already. And I would say on the southern side of Lewis Road, probably a third or so is non-residential. It's recreational in nature. It's the state boat ramp and parking. If you, we got a couple aerial photographs, excuse me, from your GIS, and you can see in 98, again, the yellow star is where the marina is. Really no houses at that point, so to speak of, on Lewis Road. I think there's a few down on the water and then maybe one on the northern side, but you can see that the marina is being used in a significant commercial manner there. I don't even think there's really many houses there on Twin Oaks in this photograph, but you can see that the marina long predates this photo. Even as a little bit more recently in 2003, looking from the photograph, I didn't really see any of the houses being constructed on Lewis Road quite then. You're starting to see them on Twin Oaks, but the marina and the commercial nature of that area has been there for a long time. I don't have to tell this board anything about population growth in Pender County, but obviously it's one of the fastest growing areas in all of North Carolina, and it will continue to progress that way. Your Parks and Recreation Plan specifically points that expanded water access opportunities and water access amenities were found to be a top priority for public meeting attendees. And I think when you look at that and then you look at the sort of limited access to the water, and understandably it is limited everywhere in southeastern North Carolina, you can see that this is taken from the North Carolina Wildlife Commission information, and you can see that in Brunswick County, 6 accesses there on the coast, New Hanover's 4, Pender's 2, like this is the one on Lewis Road, and then the one on Topsail, and then Onslow's 5. So when you think of the tens of thousands of people in the region and how many people are boaters, have boats, would like to get into boating, it's just not that much access given the number of people in the region. So if you look at their information, there are a number of parking spaces at the public boat ramp. I think there's probably more than shown here, as you'll see in some of these photos, but granted, there's not enough parking. We know that. But the demand is, I think, ever increasing. Here's sort of a picture of the gravel area that I'm not sure was included in that count at the public boat ramp. You can see the existing dry stacks in the distance there to the right. And then you can see the dry stacks to the left there. And this is taken from sort of the back part of the public boat ramp. Let's see. I would point out, and parking I know is a big issue with the boat ramp, that clearly parking is not allowed. You cannot park at the public boat ramp and come to this marina. We have a specific condition for your consideration as number 5, that all parking must be contained at the marina. So it's clear that that's not allowed, and that's in the state regulations here. There's another photo here. So the one thing, I won't go through a big land use plan consistency because staff did, I think, an excellent job in the report beginning on page 11. There's more than a page of all the goals, policies, and objectives that we think that the plan meets to fit the compatibility of the county's land use plan. But I think this is a great sentence in the staff report because it talks about how this is consistent, the project is consistent with both the commercial waterfront and the coastal residential classification because of its location in developing the water-based recreational areas. And I think the key part is that that will not create conflicts with existing neighborhoods. So when you look at the very limited places that are designated commercial waterfront in the county, I contend that most of those you're probably going to have a real conflict with the neighborhood. Or if you wanted to go in and add another public boat ramp somewhere, I think you would probably have a significant concern from neighbors on both sides that, hey, wait a minute, this has never been this way down here. And so the point is, when you look back historically, and I understand we're not going to make all of the neighbors happy with what is being proposed there, although I think some are in support, and hopefully some will be here tonight in support. But that was all, it was there. And so when you're talking about trying to add another boat ramp, which would be an expensive endeavor, I think it would be very complicated when you're trying to figure out where to locate that, and then with the level of opposition that might arise with that, putting in a completely new land use element in an area where it didn't exist. So a few more photographs of that as you go up, sort of, if you're sort of headed away from the water this is the north side of Lewis Road. You can see with the existing facilities there, it's largely commercial. It's a pretty heavy commercial. It's a boat yard, and so that is there. And I would respectfully contend that as you're considering this evening, if you're going to expand, and I do think there's clearly a demand and a need to expand additional opportunities for the public to get to the water, this is a great site to do that at. Here's just another site of the existing conditions as you go up Lewis Road. So real quick about just a few photos of the marina, and then I'll turn it over to Brad to walk through the plan, Mr. Chairman, and then we'll certainly try to answer questions. The market really is a big asset to the area when you think about it, because if you're going to the public boat ramp and you forget your ice, you forget drinks, you need to pick up some suntan, sunblock, you're not having to go out to 17. So it really is a big asset to have that little market there at the end of Lewis Road. It could save a lot of trips. And the community meetings that we had, I think the neighbors found the market to be beneficial to have that there. Just a few more photos of really tried to do a nice job of keeping the area very attractive and nice looking. Some photos from the water. Here you can see one of the forklift basin, the drop there, and then off to the right-hand side there, that area, we had one of the community meetings there, but I know my client has left it open to the neighbors, walk down there, can go down there and sit and enjoy the sunset, and wants to be part of the community, and so wants to continue to be a good neighbor to folks on Lewis Road. Here's just another viewpoint, and then I think the last photo I have of the marina is just wanted to note too, and one of the things that we're proposing is a 5-foot sidewalk on the right side of Lewis Road. We think that'll be a big benefit. My understanding is it will tie into the Cason Yachts development, so you'll have a pretty extended sidewalk all down the right side of the commercially used part of Lewis Road. And when we met with neighbors, they deemed that to be a positive thing. So I'll turn this over to Brad in just one second, but just to hit a few highlights that were mentioned, that the previous proposal was significantly more slips, it was less parking, and it involved a restaurant. I know the question came up about the restaurant. I think my client would love to have a restaurant there, but I know that it impacted the parking numbers, it affected some traffic figures, and I know that was a concern that the commissioners had in 2023. So we're trying to scale it back. Maybe that's something, if everything, hopefully if it is approved in your wisdom, that we would be able to come back for when we can prove that it's operating very efficiently, and maybe ask for the restaurant later. But it's not on the plan for this evening. We think it would be a good asset, and I know that some of the neighbors mentioned that they would like to see a restaurant there. But for purposes of parking and other reasons, we're not having that tonight.
Sir, what I would say, if I can interject, is
yes, sir.
You boat here, what, 9 out of 12 months? Is that a safe suggestion?
Not me personally, but yes, sir. To answer the question, the folks that use it.
And
yes,
so
sir.
a restaurant would provide economic development or economic for 12 out of 12 months, providing they had breakfast, lunch, and dinner, or just dinner and lunch. I don't know what that restaurant hours would look like. The point of it is providing workers, is providing jobs for those people, specifically because the neighbors are asking for it. I don't know what the reason why the board voted against it. It's a new board, and I would be willing to listen to it and respect your client's position on it, right? But I'm just trying to understand the why. That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Have you ever been down Lewis Road during the summer?
I have.
Okay, then you know why.
Yeah, and
because you can't get down Lewis Road during the summer. And to add a restaurant down there will be catastrophic to those people that try to get in and out of their house.
So what I would ask Commissioner George is, how many marinas have you went to that's had a dry stack without a restaurant?
Quite a few.
Okay, because I've never been to one except for Pender County, or here on Lewis Road. That said, if we add more dry stacks, do you think that would alleviate some of the traffic?
No, adding dry stacks is going to increase the traffic. Because
But,
you've
so
got
people won't have to go with boat trailers to,
Yeah, but they still have to get there.
they do, yeah, but they're increasing the parking.
They're increasing the parking for their customers that rent the slips or own the slips. Are they increasing the parking for the visitors? Because in the past, they would not do that, and that's where the problem is the visitors park in the public parking lot. And every time I've ever asked, no, this for the members of the marina only. They are to find a way for their riders to park somewhere else. And what they do, they park at the public parking lot.
Well, we
Or on the side of the road and blocking people in from getting out of their house.
Yes, sir. I completely understand the concern. The proposal that's before you and what we're proposing is whether it's a sort of the person who has the slip or the visitor. If you're going to use the marina, you will have to park at the marina. We are not allowing, we're not encouraging. We have a specific condition in the proposal that you cannot park at the public boat ramp and then walk over and be a marina customer. Now, I guess the only exception to that would be if someone's going to the public boat ramp, forgets their ice, needs to go, get some more drinks. I think that actually is a benefit to have them to walk over and purchase what they need to do rather than going up to Sloop Point and going up to 17. But as far as permitting parking at the boat ramp, as I mentioned on the signs, it's not allowed now by the regulations. We're not encouraging it, we're not proposing it. And we have increased the parking, I think significantly. If I may, I'll show on some of these next slides that we've increased the parking ratio of slips to parking spaces. And we have, by doing so, we are providing overall more parking for the size of the marina. And so I think that when I hear a number of the concerns, and they're valid concerns, when we meet with the folks on Lewis Road, I'm sympathetic to the traffic and the people parking in their yards with boat trailers and things like that. And I'm not saying we're going to solve that problem. I think that problem exists. But we're hoping that if you do approve this tonight, we hope to alleviate that a little bit in some way, because one thing you're going to be doing is providing another 223 residents of the area with an opportunity to keep their boat there, not have to travel with the trailer down there to get to the very limited public boat ramp. So what I was thinking in my mind was, let's say we hope that it's not denied tonight, but if it is denied tonight, then you've got 200 plus boat owners, even if a quarter of those, now they have to use the public boat ramp. So you've got 50 to 60 people now that would be using the public boat ramp where they'd love to have a place at the marina where they can come, have a parking space, and not use the public boat ramp. So I hope that it's perceived in some way as taking pressure off of the public boat ramp. Like I said, we're not going to solve all the problems, but I think it will take the pressure in some way off of the public boat ramp. And I think that's a good thing. And that's just my opinion on it, but I appreciate the comments.
This is probably, you can go ahead with your presentation. I think I have a question for Joe.
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you.
How much more is there?
I can speed up, Dr. Tate. I'm glad to do that. Okay, thank you.
We got it in the packet.
Yes, sir. Okay, and I know it's been a long evening, so I'll make this brief. I won't go through all the different details. This is in the commissioner's packet. I'm going to talk about the community meetings. They were very helpful. We've added a couple conditions based on those. Here's a comparison of less stacks, more spaces than you saw last time, and we've eliminated the restaurant. So I think that's eliminating a significant part of the intensity of it. And I want to make sure, too, we're mentioning on the northern stack to the stack to the north, we've reduced that down to 3 levels. So I've got some.
To the first, that slide for one moment.
Yes, sir.
So removing the restaurant reduced it by 16 parking spaces?
No, sir, there wasn't really a correlation in that regard. And the first submittal, the total overall parking spaces were 115, and that was for 356 new spaces. The restaurant, there was much more sort of users at the marina. We've reduced that down significantly. I can show on sort of graphically here. The original proposal was going to add 356. Now we're only asking for another 223. That's a 37% reduction since the last time the board saw this. And then with not only are we reducing the number of slips, we're increasing the parking by 16 and gives us almost another 14% of increase in parking since the last time this was before the board. And then we've reduced the height of the third stack. And so with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Brad Schuler, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Briefly walk through some of the more details on the functioning of the marina. And then, Brad, if you don't mind coming up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Does he have a lot of different to add than what you just said?
Brad, come on up. I think I got the gist of it,
Yes.
but whatever the board may need from you, that's fine. But I'm good with the presentation.
Can we just get to the motion to approve or deny, or whatever we're doing?
Well, we got folks that are signed up to speak
Oh, okay,
for and
okay.
against, I'm sure.
Yeah, okay, I didn't know there was public comment.
From the citizens, too.
Mr. Chairman, we're glad to proceed however the board wishes. We can
Is that okay with
finish-
you? Let's hear from the folks, and then we'll have some
yes, sir,
discussion.
absolutely.
Is that all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And then
Let's do that.
certainly if you have questions, we can pull the slides back up. Thank you.
You want to do the for first or the against, Trey?
Pardon?
For or against first?
I don't know. It
Or
doesn't-
as they sign up, that's fine. Let's
Yeah,
call them
I
out.
just-
Yep.
I'll just go down the list if that's
Yeah.
okay.
Yes, sir. How many do we have? Do you know?
4 that are
Okay.
signed in.
Sure.
Martha Daniel.
Miss Daniel, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Martha Daniel, 308 Cowan Street, Burgaw. I own a slip in the current situation.
Okay.
And I want to speak on behalf of how well managed and how efficient it is when you're lucky enough to rent a slip, lease a slip, or own a slip. Parking is a problem everywhere. Doesn't matter, go to the beach, doesn't matter. But I pull up on my app on my phone, and if there is no way to get in because it's all booked, then I don't go. So they have to put the boat in the water.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of boats from time to time that are not in the water. Mine's not in there except on Sundays occasionally. But my experience with the situation has been excellent and has afforded me the opportunity to be in the water and at the same time not have to deal with the insanity at the wildlife to put in and take out, because that gets a little scary sometimes. But as I said, I'm very fortunate that I'm able to take advantage of
I can
this.
tell you stories about public ramps.
Yeah, I've seen plenty.
I hadn't been to one since Saturday.
If anybody has a question, as an owner of a slip, I have no money tied up in this except just where my little boat sits.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make any difference to me whether you vote yes or no, because I'm not going to get rid of my slip. So it's, I'm there. But I just wanted you to hear that it has been a very good experience for me to have that option.
Well, thank you for coming out. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Brian Wright.
Mr. Wright, welcome, sir.
Good evening. Roger Brian Wright, 105 Sundance Circle over in Pecan Grove. I actually began my relationship with Sloop back in 2019. I was their first twin engine. I was living in Fayetteville, was here every weekend, and like most people decided this was the place that I needed to be full-time. Since then, I still lease the Sloop, but I've also bought one. I've not attended any of these meetings due to travel, but I did attend one of the meetings they had on site with some of the neighbors came in. And as I was watching you guys tonight, and ladies, I have to tell you, it's what I was going to talk about completely went out the window because I realized that you've got a tough job. You've got emotion involved, and you also have logic. As I was sitting listening to the folks at the meeting, the number one complaint I kept hearing is traffic on the waterway, traffic up and down Lewis Road, as you just mentioned. I see it every day. And during the summer, you're right, there are boat trailers lined up all the way down the road and in the front of those folks' houses. And I hate that for them. But it's not the folks at the marina because we've got the designated parking. And since 19, anytime I've had people coming, having 2 boats, I have a lot of people that come with me. I've never had an issue having them a place to park because I had my wife taught me a long time ago, you got to have communication and have an effective relationship. So we communicate about it. We know they're going to be parking there. We're not in the state side. The state issue is something I try to avoid. Being in Pecan Grove, I've got the boat slip next door as well. But I don't use that just because pulling a trailer up and down the road, I see trash blowing out of people's boats. I see the traffic picking up on Sloop Road, living in Pecan Grove. But it's not, I see more boat trailers. You've talked about growth tonight. More and more houses are coming, more and more developments coming. And when that happens, boats come. In this area, boats come. So I appreciate the consideration. Don't want to be in your spot, but we have to separate emotion from logic, and I hope that makes sense.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Allison Taylor?
Ms. Taylor, welcome.
Excuse me, I've got a tremor, so it gets worse when I get nervous.
Oh, that's okay. You take your time.
I'm prepared to accept whatever outcome comes of this tonight, but I just wanted you to know a few things. And the first thing is, there's only one neighbor that's ever liked the restaurant idea on the road, because we know too much traffic. And anyway, so how many of you have actually seen the area other than Mr. George?
I have, for many, many years.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, do you live on Lewis Road, Road?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm 156 Lewis Road.
Okay.
For those of you who have not, let's see, it's beautiful. It used to be quiet. You don't know how straight the road is, how narrow the road is. You don't know the amount of traffic that caisson yachts and everybody, you know, the more businesses you have, the more construction traffic, big delivery trucks, all that. There's 20 homes that share a driveway, connect a driveway with Lewis Road. I consider that residential. People keep telling me it's not. Pedestrians, joggers, dog walkers, bikers, children use the road daily from sunup until after sundown. There's no sidewalks, and I know they're trying to get sidewalks, but it would be really nice if we could maybe have a proposal to get a sidewalk all the way down to Sloop Point. The amount of traffic has just increased. And I get it about the boats, you know, the boat trailers, but we're still getting extra traffic. And if there's boat sales and whatever else they want to put there, and that's also going to increase boat traffic or traffic in general. Service center, retail. Congestion on the waterway is already really bad. Drunk drivers, the more boats you have coming off of this ramp and this marina, the more drunk drivers we got driving down the road. really fast on this strip of straight road. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, and it's going to happen. Water pollution, noise pollution, light pollution, forklifts, 4 forklifts, and people going in and out, back and forth, that just doesn't mix. And I do have a question. Where and how are the boat sales going to be conducted? And Mr. Rugg also presented to us, he states he wants to eventually put a clubhouse and a pool in the future. Where's all that going? You know, just safety is my priority. Traffic is crazy. I don't know. Anyway, right now, it's in your hands. I put it in God's hands. Whatever happens, happens. I'll just have to deal with it. But safety, 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 safety. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Beth Ogden.
Ms. Ogden, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Beth Ogden. I reside at 363 Twin Oaks Drive, and I'm here tonight on behalf of many residents surrounding this proposal. It's been a year since the Board of the County Commissioners opposed this expansion. We still have 60 homeowners that still stand strong on opposing this expansion, with petitions signed, and that you already have this that was presented in the last meeting. There's been very little change from this first proposal that I see. Parking issues and traffic, major concerns. Both myself and another neighbor have pictures outlining the backed up traffic along all the way down the street of Lewis on busy days. This operation has no hurricane preparedness plan. It has excessive noise all days of the week, especially on the weekends. My house sits up on the hill that overlooks the dry stack and the public boat ramp, and you can just hear those machines going back and forth constantly from 6:30 in the morning until 7, 8 o'clock at night. It's ridiculous. If they propose this and you approve it today, they're going to probably have 3 or 4 machines going. So the noise pollution of these machines just carries throughout the neighborhood. The investment, I don't agree with the staff on this. It's an eyesore. Anybody that has any kind of residential property that has invested a severe amount of money is going to block any views of the water. Because when you put a boat on those dry stacks, they're going to be at least 45, 50 feet up in the air. So at my house level, half of my view gets destroyed. And all my neighbors to the left of me and all of my neighbors to the right of me. And there's been some new additions that our planning and permitting divisions of Pender County have approved as well. I noticed the expansion already on the north side of Lewis with the yachts and whatnot. Mr. Lewis bought that tiny little house that sits to the right of the boat ramp, the public boat ramp, and now I don't know what he's doing down there, but it's being all cleared, new docks are going out, it looks like he's going to rent slips down there. I'm not quite sure what he's doing. That's the least of my concerns. And then I have a neighbor that's a baseball throw to me that Pender County approved a 50 by 50 by 25 foot garage that he's using as a truck shop. So trucks are going in and out all day long, a baseball throw to my house. So I feel like our whole neighborhood is changing so rapidly into a business district that the money that my husband and I invested in our house is depreciating rapidly. I do not see any appreciation value with adding these boat slips or dry stacks and all the other things that are going on. And my main ultimate concern is the environmental. Currently, there's excessive pollution down there. I mean, I walk my Rosie down there every night, and you can see the oil and the gas on the water down. I won't even let her go near the water. We go out on the slip, we go out on the ramp, we come back, and I don't let her touch the water. It's bad. It's really bad down there. And I know that there's oysters farms down there that's supposed to suppress the pollution from the boats, but it's not. It's very bad. So on behalf of myself and my family, along with the residents of this area, not only surrounding this dry stack operation, but also the residents at Pecan Grove that I know of that signed this petitions, and Moore's Landing as well, which the older couple was here tonight, but it got too late for them, so they had to leave, that they were opposing this as well, and they were representing the Moore's Landing area residents that are opposing this. We are, however, asking for you to work with the Lewis family to develop this area somehow into a nice park for our community, or sell this to a developer that will build beautiful single-family homes, instead of just focusing on that this community needs more recreation. We can find other areas in this area to do more public boat ramps. These slips are $600 a month. That is expensive for somebody that's going out fishing. They're not gonna rent it. So I don't see any benefit from it at all. So if we could have a wish list, please, it's in your hands tonight. Please stop this expansion from happening. Thank you for consideration.
Thank you, ma'am.
Those are all the sign-ups, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Mr. Nichols, if I can, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Nichols, did your client do a light study or a noise pollution study?
Not a study that I'm aware of.
Okay.
We did, as a result of one of the community meetings, we added the condition.
I seen it said it had motion activated lights.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
not trying to get
Yes, sir.
down
Yes,
into
sir.
the weeds. I just didn't know if they had conducted one or not. Now
No,
that
sir.
two of our citizens mentioned that, I just want to ask about it.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir.
So I just got a couple comments. So I know one of the young ladies mentioned that dry stacks won't sell because they're $600 a month. That's pretty cheap with some of the other marinas. So I too live in a neighborhood that has a marina with dry stacks that's private with a restaurant that is full with a 5-year waiting list. Scotts Hill, right on Scotts Hill Loop Road. My wife and her family's been there since 1979. It's a very efficient operation. I know the owner there. There's a restaurant there, and I think they employ over 20 employees. I don't see cars down the road. They take care of that. They have a staff that does some shuttle stuff on a lot they own that they use for parking, and it's efficient. I think the biggest concern that I see with this on Lewis Road is the rap that owner is getting from people using the public wildlife boat ramp. Because I use that boat ramp on occasion. I don't like it because the angle of departure is too deep for my boat. I don't like the deep angle of that ramp. So a lot of times I use Wrightsville Beach, which we don't even want to talk about that. You got to get there at 4 a.m. But I think a lot of the folks along Lewis Road get abused by people using the public boat ramp, not by folks that have a dry stack. Historically, that's been a boatyard, and it's still a boatyard. I think the owner is trying to bend over backwards to do some improvements to make it better for that community. I actually like a restaurant. I occasionally eat at the Sailfish, and some of you may have before. It's a private marina, but they let you drive right in there, park and eat. They encourage public. They're open year-round. I don't weigh any negative against this that I do a positive. I see nothing but positives in this for the community, and I think that owner is well set to try to work with the community and try to do their best. But that's just where I stand. So,
Mr. Chairman.
yes, sir.
Someone mentioned about the gas in the water. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah.
Have there been an environmental study or anything to that degree, following upon Commissioner Springer's comment?
No, sir. I'm not aware of an environmental study. But if I may, I know we had a slide. I won't fast forward because you've probably seen too many slides. But the marina is part of the North Carolina Clean Marinas.
Yes.
And that's a program that's encouraging environmental sensitivity. And I know the comment was made about, I know one of the speakers' comments was about environmental concerns, and I just would respectfully contend, and the staff noted, that getting the boats out of the water is better generally for the environment than having the boats in the water permanently or long-term. So I think the dry stack marinas generally are, I'm not an expert, but I understand they're better for the environment overall.
You have to carry a larger liability policy too, just for the hazard mitigation in case your boat leaks. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Nichols. I think Pender EMS and Fire and CETO have permanent stations at that marina in the water, right?
That is correct. Yes, sir. My
And
understanding is
their duty is and obligated to report any hazards that they see when they're down there. I know CETO would.
yes, sir. My understanding is that they keep their boats in the water. They do have dry slips, but they keep their boats in the water ready to go.
Yeah.
And I think that's been the case for a while. So,
Yeah, for several years now.
and I think they're the only ones that all the slips there are temporary. There's no permanent wet slips. But I think with the exception of the government usage, which is...
And I think the sheriff's office has a spot there too.
Yes, sir. That's my understanding. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all the comments I have. Anybody else have any
I
comments?
have a question for staff. How do you calculate parking spaces? I mean, you have 400 and some slips and 131 parking spaces. How do you calculate parking spaces? I mean, I know you got a grocery store. The guy down here with the Methodist Church, old Methodist Church, couldn't finish his project because we wouldn't give him permission to not do islands in his parking lot. He had to have so many parking spaces. So how do we calculate parking spaces for dry stack?
I believe we have a standard for marinas.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Call for the question.
So we don't have the calculation available, but we do have an ordinance that designates parking, appropriate amounts of parking for different land uses. And so that's something that we had started out considering initially, but as this project has gone through this process, this being the third time, that parking evaluation has changed a lot. So the second time, and the county attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, but we did discuss parking standards in other jurisdictions. I think we looked at the city of Wilmington's marina standard. We definitely considered some outside standards and reached what we were comfortable with as far as appropriate amount based on the number of parking. And so and they do have people here that are more involved with the management of it, and like they were alluding to earlier, there's only a certain amount of boats that can go in the water per day. So they don't need a parking space per slip because they just don't have the capacity. They'll never have the capacity to handle that. But as far as what they're proposing and what their capacity is, the way they've described it to us, we feel confident that this is an appropriate amount of parking.
Okay. I have another quick question. What made them think it was okay to go ahead and add the slips without the approval?
That's not something that I cannot speak for them, but my understanding is that
It kind of sends a signal to me, if they can't play by the rules before the rules are approved, then how are they going to play by the rules after after we give them the playbook.
Yes, sir. So my understanding is that they felt that they were well within their rights to store boats on the boat storage property. They mentioned many different similar businesses along the East Coast that have those smaller type of stacks. You know, I have a different opinion on that as far as, you know, needing to go
So
through
their
county
conditional
permitting.
zoning at the time. It
Right.
told them how many they could have.
And so under this, if the board were to approve this conditional zoning, they would be subject to that. If it doesn't allow those types of stacks, then there's not going
It
to be
didn't allow
that
them
type of
last time
stack.
they did it.
Excuse me?
It didn't allow them last time when they did it.
Right, so the smaller property where the existing stacks are is where the original conditional was. And so they put those additional stacks, those newer ones, just where the historic boatyard has been. So we went out there, staffed it, and talked with them directly about this. And we advised them the best we could with the matter because we really wanted to pursue this process and get to a decision by the board. But we advised them to remove all the stacks from the top of those units. That's why the pictures you saw earlier didn't have a single boat above ground level. Because we can't say they're not able to store boats at the ground level where that's been the case for over 30, 40 years.
Any other questions? All right, what are the wishes? Question's been called. Is there a motion on the table?
Make a motion to deny.
Motion to deny is on the table. Is there a second? I'll give that adequate time like I did EMS, so. And for lack of a second, that dies. Is there any other motions?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve is on the table. Is there a second? Motion to approve and a second. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? 1. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Nichols, I felt better when I knew that you do a lot of work with WMPO, right?
Yes, sir.
I knew that would, you know, that's why I asked that questions. I knew you all would have did an assessment if y'all would needed to do that. Felt like you would have did that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Appreciate that. All right. Our last item, 21.3. Ms. Spencer.
Sorry. There's like a million.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
given that this is a special use permit, we'll need to swear.
Okay.
Including staff in.
Okay.
If I could.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
And we don't have any sign-ups, but.
All right. Anybody involved in this, we're going to need to get the attorney to swear you in, please, sir.
Raise your right hand, please. Is it the applicant here?
Is the applicant here? Come on up, be sworn, sir, just in case you need to speak.
You solemnly swear the testimony you give this evening be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. Tyler Smith, applicant on behalf of Aaron Travers. Owner is requesting approval of a special use permit to allow for the operation of an automobile repair business within an existing 8,000 square foot building. In addition, the site will be used for the sale of pre-owned vehicles and the sale of used salvage parts from vehicles stored on site to the rear of the property. The use is proposed on an approximately 6-acre portion of a larger 12.4 acre tract within the RA Rural Agricultural Zoning District. The subject property is located approximately 1 mile from the Anderson Road and US Highway 117 intersection within the Union Township. Here we have the site plan. I'll go into further detail on what it displays. So this is a special use permit for an existing 8,000 square foot building. Within this building, there's 6,900 square feet of this building is proposed for automotive repair activities, and the remainder 1,100 square footage is proposed for storage of auto parts.
Ms. Spencer, where's that again? I'm sorry.
Where is this again? It's
Yeah.
off of US Highway 117 North
It's in my district.
Oh, okay.
in Union Township.
Oh, and I got you. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Anyway, so this is a 6-acre portion of a special use permit boundary, and the boundaries do have proposed buffer types. For the road frontage, it will be buffer A4, and for all other boundaries, it will be C4. There is dense vegetation along most of the boundaries, especially in the rear of this proposed project that does satisfy the buffer requirements. Within this site plan, there's also existing asphalt in front of the building where cars will be parked for sale. And then the driveway is gravel and it's also existing. Utilities exist on the site already, and there's a house for well, and there's an existing septic tank. The proposed parking is in the front near the driveway, and there is a handicap spot. The proposed uses, again, are used car sales, salvaging of auto parts for sale, and mechanical repair. Here's the aerial photograph of the existing conditions. On your left is the existing automotive shop, and here on your left is also the existing automotive lot located in the rear of the parcel. And seen on the aerial photograph, there's a complete screen around the rear of the parcel where all the salvage cars will go, and this is screened for anybody that's passing on I-40. This is the zoning map. It's predominantly zoned rural agricultural district within the property and around. And in pink is incorporated limits in WATHA's jurisdiction. And according to the Unified Development Ordinance, rural agricultural zoning districts require the proposed project to have a special use permit, and the use types that are connected to this project are motor vehicle and parts dealer, automotive repair and maintenance, motor vehicle parts used, mechanic, wholesalers, salvage operations. This is the future land use map. The project area is designated rural agriculture, as well as the area around the land. The request was found to be consistent with the following policies found in the Pender 2.0 Comprehensive Land Use Plan, and I'll say the titles out loud of these policies, and you can read them for yourself. Policy 5.1.E, compatible development. Policy 5.1.K, commercial development. Policy 5.1.FF, rural non-residential uses. Here's the special use permit requirements and the finding the facts for the board. And here are the conditions of approval in issuing a special use permit for this project. That concludes my presentation. I'm welcome for any questions.
Any questions of Ms. Spencer?
Ms. Spencer, is there going to be a fence around this property?
Sorry, one more time?
Is there going to be a fence around this property?
So there is a fence on the southeastern part of the parcel where all that text is. It says there's going to be there is an existing chain fence. Other than that, though, there's just going to be the maintained existing buffers along the property, and then the southeastern part of the property line will have C4 buffer, which is required for business uses adjacent to residential properties.
Okay, so is there a fence on both sides or just at one side?
As far as I know, no.
There's a fence across the front that meets up against the front of the house that's already there.
Okay.
And then it goes down the lower side here, all the way back to the trees for the salvage yard.
So my question is, are you going to put a fence on the other side over there where it says property line maintenance extension buffer?
No, sir. It's a creek and tree line that's very thick. Yes.
And the property beside of it, is that for rural agriculture also?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What's it currently right now?
What'd you say?
What's currently going on right now?
It's not operating, but it has been operating since the 1990s as a auto parts shop and a salvage yard.
Where's this at again? I'm sorry, I know the district.
It used to be called Phillips Junkyard, and it was most previously Junkyard Auto Parts.
Off on Highway 117?
On 117.
That across
we're
where they used to
probably
do
a
the
mile and a
prefab
half
steel
from
work
40,
across the street?
Interchange at 40 right there.
So where the steel yard was across the street.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. So is there anything, I'm going to Commissioner Springer, is there anything that's going to go there to make sure that it's not, auto salvage is not seen as you transfer from the highway, as you pass by?
Yeah, nothing will be visible as far as the salvage side. It's all in the back section of the lot.
That place is cleaned up now, but when I was growing up as a little boy, it was very junky.
It was very junky, yes.
It was very
We cleaned it
unseen.
all up and moved everything to the back. I mean, the lot was already there in the back for the cars. They had everything piled in the front, the back, and everywhere, and we just kind of put it all together in the back that was left on the lot, basically, when we acquired it.
Yeah, I
Oh,
travel
I'm
by
Tyler
all the
Smith, by the
time
way,
going home
so-
to Tate Farm by the pond. I like a good view. I know the residents do.
I don't think we had any other signups, so.
There are no sign-ups.
How about environmental?
There are.
Is there any
There are
environmentals? Is there, how about the runoff from oil and all of that gas? The same thing we just talked about at Sloop Point.
Yep.
I'm sorry, not Sloop Point, but on the other road.
I mean, it's obviously something we
Lewis.
are concerned with, so we
I'm
try.
sorry?
It's obviously something we're concerned with, so we try to do our best to contain fluids and get rid of fluids before the cars would make it back into the salvage yard, to try to reduce that as much as we can.
Because there's a lot of houses nearby there.
There is, yeah.
Uh-huh.
There is.
Did the neighbors have any opposition to this?
No. I mean, they've all lived there while it was the previous yards, and I like to feel like we've already done a pretty good job at cleaning up that section for them.
But how can
so-
you assure us that it's not going to be any runoffs that's going to go over there that's going to affect their water, their living conditions?
I mean, I can't make best we can do is to try to contain as much fluid as we can from the vehicles. We don't do, our main business is auto sales and mechanic work, basically. The car salvage, we included that in there, but most of that inventory is really just to fix the cars that we sell. We do a lot of salvage, rebuild vehicles, and we sell those vehicles. So, yeah. So we get a lot of, but we included it because, I mean, we will sell a part here and there. It's not going to be a secret that we will, so.
It's not going to be pick and pull.
No, it's not pick and pull. We don't have crushers on site. We don't do things like that.
I am glad these gentlemen are supporting you because, we just approved a boats deck in one of their neighborhoods. One of them live in a nice neighborhood. And so I want to ask before we put this auto salvage in our district, what's going to be the runoff?
I mean, we're going to try to reduce it as much as we can. Like I said, we try to contain the fluids, get the gas, get the oil, get the things out that you can get. I mean,
it would be nice and if we had pickleball and we had, boats, docks and all of that if there was nearby the river and all of that.
We
too.
got to talk about it.
Absolutely.
I understand where you're going at. I understand. I understand. But it needs to be some type of environmental assessment, making sure our conditions to making sure that if there are runoffs from these salvage yards later, that it would be corrected.
Yeah, like I said, we've tried to just clean up as best we can previously they did not take very great care
I remember.
for that type of thing.
I remember,
So we're going to
Mr.
try to do
Phillips.
it much different and try to do our due diligence on that side.
I understand that. So my question is, are they required staff to do any type of EA testing once this facility go in on the soils? Just like a farm. If a farm have a major spill on it, emergency management services coming out are going to make you have to do testing of the soil. If you have a major fire, whatever that is, and the diesel fuel escape, you have to do an EA. I know that.
Absolutely.
So I'm asking what kind of accountability is held here. And I don't want to affect your business. I believe in helping business as well, but I got to do diligence to ask for our citizens tonight.
So a couple of things. This will go through full technical review committee review, right? So we're going to send that out to everyone on that list, which includes folks from the state and those federal agencies as well. So if the board were to approve this tonight, the third condition is that the applicant is meeting all local, state, and federal regulations, which would include anything related to the discharge of those sorts of liquids and oils into groundwater, potential contaminants.
Is that because he lives near that his business is located near a stream or adjacent to it?
I think anytime there's just natural ground, there's concerns about oil getting into that ground.
Right.
The most extreme situation would be potentially contaminating groundwater just, in a hypothetical situation.
So I would ask Mr. Brantley, what if they go out there and they conduct a soil analysis? They do that soil analysis only to find out, the soil's contaminated from the previous owner, not from him, right? And I understand he's been operating, I understand that, but if they go out there and do a sample of soil to find oil that's been contaminated for years and years, what is the government's responsibility going to be to this, or how are we going to move forward with this?
I can't speak to that as an expert, but I can say if we were made aware of concerns in that area, we could notify those state and federal agencies.
Okay. I don't have anything else, Mr. Chair.
Just based on how the gentleman has cleaned up the site, gentlemen, I have to ask my due diligence questions. But based on how he's cleaned up the site and maintained the site, it looks really good. I'm prepared to make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, sir.
I'll be glad to make a motion for approval.
All right. Motion for approval's on the table. Is there a second?
A second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Sir, I'm not that bad after all, am I?
All right. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. With that, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Motion.
Motion's on the table. Is there a second? Second. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right. We're in closed session. I'd rather just stay right in here.
Make a motion to adjourn.
All right, there's a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, we are stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone.